Art Bell is taking calls on the wild card line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Well, all right. I have got Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators on the special Mel line. I finally picked up the phone during the newscast and called Mel's number, and he was just coming in. So I've got Mel on the line. Mel is the guy with the never-ending hole, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. I have read that fax now twice on the air, and I've got a lot of follow-up faxes. Here's one entitled, Yet Another Mystery Hole in Eastern Washington. Art, you'll love this. It was sent to me a couple of days ago by email, and it's all about another one on the Indian Reservation in Colville, where there is another mystery hole. Anyway, we'll get to that. Well, all right. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning?
Well, after I sent the fax, I'm living in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there cave in after the big snows that we had out here last month.
Oh, yes.
And so thereby goes some of the construction debris into the hole. So,
all right. When did you discover this hole?
Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now, and the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there, and the previous owner there was quite elderly, and I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in.
Wow.
And then
and so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long
time.
It's
been going on, for as long as the hole has been there, I assume.
When nobody knows that, I guess. All right. How do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash.
Right.
That's right. Thank you.
Actually, I'm in right now. I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
Oh, I know Ellensburg. All right.
You must know about a rodeo here, then.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, so we've been there for several years, and we just take all we take all of our trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of. We take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. The people from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. I mean, it's just been going on for a long time. Well, I got this thinking one day, how come this hole is not filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
That's a good thing to consider, sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be I would say pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. So I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one...
Did you weight the line?
Oh, yeah. There's in fact, the original line is still down there. I have just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I have used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is on it?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom of it.
1 pound weight, all right.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight.
Okay.
And so that's at the bottom of it at first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have it rigged across the center of it there, and it goes straight down from the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here, and it continues to go down freely. And so when I was out there earlier, I'd let out a little bit more line. And
so you actually went out there tonight after I read this?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's only about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo, and I've never heard an echo come out of that thing.
No echo.
At all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and I went back to the Suburban and hung out over there, so it was kind of... if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet in. They do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know. It's just...
Well, you've got miles and miles of
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm measuring it by feet. You know, I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles, though.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile, so you really think you've got 80,000?
Yes, yeah. I get line in 5,000 yard spools, and so I've gone through that many.
Well, you have got a hole then that goes. Well, you know, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and, you know, we've been talking to them about it, and one of the things is they find it quite incredible that I've let that much line into the ground, but that's what I've been doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 1,500 yards of line, I reeled all of that back in.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know if I had hit water down there, because I thought that's a lot of feet.
You bet.
You know, that's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah. So when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So very smart. So
yeah, it's an old shark fisherman's trick. There, we used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers, and the bait would go out into the ocean on the tide.
Yeah.
And then eventually the lifesavers would melt, and the bait would fall to the bottom. You know, you couldn't cast a big old mackerel out there that far. So
that's amazing. So, what do you got any guesses?
I don't. I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. I mean, someone built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least, to examine the side of the walls.
Sure, it's stone for about 15 feet down.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then further down rock. So but I can only see to the extent of really powerful flashlight. I brought halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while. But it's a retaining wall. I'd say it's about a 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet, and then it's.
Well, I'll tell you this much: no matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser. When you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it.
No. Well, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how deep this thing is. I mean, obviously, the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
Well, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even know if there's any air down that far. I mean,
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
do you own this property?
It's our property, yeah.
How long have you been working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years. I said about 4 years now, but. This project here with letting down the line, that's only been since last summer here. And it was just, I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up?
Well, sure.
And, I talked to the neighbors around there, which are, when you're out there in the country, your neighbors are pretty far away, but they all know the hole out there.
They all know about it. So it's
yeah, because they all bring their trash out there.
So the local legend of the hole.
Yeah, this could be an apocryphal story, but one guy claims that he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Oh, really?
And he swears. Well, the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him, and he was
really.
he was a hunt. The story is that he was a hunter, and he was out there hunting, and he saw the same dog. He had the same collar. He had the same little little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog. And he says he knew he threw the dog into the hole. But that's not my dog. That's not my.
It's not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
Yeah. This is as you can well imagine, this is all Native American land around here, and so one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now. But
if you had a fatal disease, Mel,
yeah,
would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would?
Just
based on the dog story?
It is in my will.
What?
Should I meet my demise,
that you would be thrown in the hole,
disposed of into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, one of the things that I thought about later on is, what if this is like contaminating our water, And we've had, I'm sure you do this out there in Pahrump too.
Well,
you have your water checked all the time.
Well, yeah, no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy.
Yeah.
But, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't.
If you weren't resurrected.
I mean, the water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is,
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, and nothing has polluted the water.
No, I mean, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but none of that has been showing up in the water that people draw from their wells. I mean, the water's as clean as it's ever been out there. I think we get water that comes off the Cascades or something.
Yeah.
It's just really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No, I'm not. And I'm one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than it just it's something that weighs heavily on my mind. I was afraid that after I sent the fax out, that there would be people around there because it's.
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
Well, there aren't, as far as I could tell, too many big holes like that around, and so at least the people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it, and I kind of almost expected to see a small party of people.
Well, there may be. Now, I mean, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is Mel's hole.
It is posted, too.
Oh, it is. All right. Well, there you are. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur, but there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Mel.
Well, I think I've, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as things I thought it would be like, could have been like an old mine.
Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter.
Ooh.
Right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or something, but there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah.
The
line is not moving freely. I mean, it still falls under its own weight.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions.
Okay, I think I can do that.
All right, because I just might be missing something. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's got the hole in Washington.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any questions for Mel? Hello? Okay, well, I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you got a guess now?
I did. Well, I mean, sort of.
Oh, well, I was calling about something else.
All right. Well, thank you. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel.
Yes, Mel.
Oh, Mel. I wanted to talk to Art. I'm on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry. That's the 222 line?
1222 is first-time caller line.
That's what I thought I was calling.
Well, that's what you got. But we're talking with Mel right now. He's the guy with the hole in Eastern Washington.
Okay. I just have something for Art.
All right.
Mel.
Well, call me back when we're into open lines. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dave in Milwaukee.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just wanted to let you know, I looked up in the encyclopedia, and the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right. Is 36,000 feet deep.
So this is, certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says, under mining, that with current technology, we can only go down about 1,600 feet.
Wow.
That's great. That is great.
So you've got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful.
Definitely.
Oh,
so,
gosh, I like that. That's great. You said 1,600 feet?
That's what they said, yeah. 1,640 feet, it says, with current technology is about as deep.
All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already we now learn that you may have a Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it.
Gee.
But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600-foot mark to see what's down there.
That would be cool, but it wouldn't be me.
You wouldn't do it?
I wouldn't go down in the hole.
At least not while you're still alive.
Then I will, but I mean, for the time being, no.
I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
What if the rope broke?
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Mel?
Yeah, hi.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
We've got a volunteer.
I mean, obviously under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage, for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just in the event that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage down there. Obviously, I would want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator...
wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have obviously a very powerful light, and I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream at least.
Yeah.
Sounds too much
or
like
an
Jaws.
instant up button.
An up button?
An instant up button. On back up. At like a high speed.
And you could take a camera with you.
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as it.
Yeah. I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So this plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural for some reason. Anyway, just naturally in my personality.
Well, nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but.
Well, the dog story would indicate something supernatural.
Well, that's true.
Everyone's dogs are scared of the hole.
Yeah.
It's not just my dogs.
No, that's a very good point. In other words, other dogs won't go anywhere near the hole, huh?
Yeah, my dogs will follow me everywhere. I mean, no matter where I go, they're,
Except
to the well.
Uh-huh.
Now, you call
is this possibly at a grid point on the planet?
I wouldn't know about grid points, other than I know they exist.
Do you know anything about the grid points in that area?
Well, I know. Yes, thank you, sir, from Austin. I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole. And he's right. There is something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you. Mel, hold on, all right? Mm-hmm. Stand by. We'll be right back to you.
I can hear you're concerned about my happiness.
Call Art Bell toll-free west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
And my guest is an impromptu fellow named Mel, who sent me a fax about a hole in the ground that just keeps going. He needs Pat Boone. Where's Pat Boone when you need him? Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas, Mike, suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. That's a horrible idea. I don't know about people who do that, throw down a cat. Oh, man. And you hear the echoes sort of going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, Mel, here comes some more people. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel with the hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go to find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely.
without hitting the sides?
You don't need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a... What about sonar? No, I guess
No, sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar.
Yeah.
But radar would definitely work.
In other
I
words...
was just curious if you'd call a government agency to come out.
But wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down there?
No. Purely directional radar. What do you use when you're driving down the highway?
Well, you use radar, but
exactly.
That's out in the open. That's not in. I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years, but
all right,
that's the way to try it.
All right, that's. How about a cop's radar?
I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. Possible.
All right. Well,
it would tell you how fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tell you how fast. Cute, Mel. Wild card line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel.
Hi.
My name is Barry. I'm just hop, skipping, and jumping away from you down here in Yakima.
All right.
And I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now Mel hasn't made this public, as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
I see.
So my neighbors know about it.
Well, I mean, wait. This is the first public announcement of the hole?
As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it. Not in the Daily Record or in the
well, there will be now.
Herald.
There will be now.
Well, as usual, you've heard it here first, folks, on our bill. Before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of lighten things up here and ask if you'd considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County, so I make a killing on that.
I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested.
Listen, here's another possibility for you. Do you know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump? Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit,
whoa,
you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away as quick as possible.
Well, yeah.
Anyways, I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was onto something.
Mm-hmm.
Say for instance that Guinness came out and was going to, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're going to print you.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
Anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus a radar, probably pencil thin,
mm-hmm.
And just hook it up to a endless supply of cable and lower it down. I think that'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get a hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurred to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing.
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, it's like how the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just happened to notice the full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there.
You've never felt drawn to the hole personally, have you? I mean, in terms of
You mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement, or
no suicide? No suicide.
No. I mean, I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance. You don't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in. Because they'd be gone.
Not in my
down with a refrigerator.
Again, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe with some sort of burial thing, or I mean. And you can drop a big rock, and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash. You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, the picture tubes, and.
You've dropped picture tubes down there?
Yeah, I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there, and I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing. EPA,
you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
they'll come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
Well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you're liable to wake up and there'll be tanks in Boutros Gali will be there.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hi, WKXY, Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida.
Let me say, let's throw Mike from Las Vegas down the hole.
Really?
Right? Yeah. Okay, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question for Mel. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line? And if you did, what would you do?
I don't have a hook on it. There's just there's a 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on that line.
What would I do?
Yeah.
What would you do?
I'd
run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I'd put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, the dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
The first series of letting down line, when I got about 4,500 feet down there, I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there was any water down there. And of course, if there was water, the lifesavers would melt. I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced on to the end of the line and continued.
Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. It's like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? Well, it goes into the earth, but how far does it go before it'll stop?
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special as you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole, 1,600 feet?
1,600 feet.
As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there if I can get one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
and they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again, yeah.
You're right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh?
I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not reeled
what if
it
you've
in.
already hit the bottom and you got a pound of fishing line on it?
That's right.
Letting it down.
Yeah, I
already
should
hit the bottom.
I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them in 5,000-yard spools.
Yeah.
And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
Miles
so in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right.
It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But the weight of the line would keep pulling the line down.
Yeah. But there would be so much line down there by then. But
what pound test line is it?
I'm using 20 pound. I couldn't
pounds.
afford to go much higher.
Do you think you have 20 pounds of line on it already?
Pardon me?
Do you think you have 20 pounds of line in the hole already.
I'm sure there's more line than that.
It would break by then.
You know, we're talking how many?
There must be a lot of tension.
I've got 20 spools of line.
A lot of tension on that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there.
Wow.
And it's still hanging on there. You know, I'm you know, that weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, you know, as it is.
Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself.
I could probably do that. You know, get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And spring operated and stuff, and just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, I can. Sure, definitely.
All right.
Yes, definitely.
All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm Bellingham, Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I was wondering what was the Mel said that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line.
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements was that weight, or is that weight composed of?
It's a standard lead fishing weight.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were talking earlier. Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into.
Well, I was speculating. You know, I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the journey to the center of the earth. It was supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? You know, that's a factor you consider also.
The magnetism?
Yes.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, are you you're gonna contact your wife works for a university?
Yeah, a local university.
Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say,
Sure.
they're telling her you don't have a hole that deep, you know.
So, in other words, they don't believe her.
No. And what I'm trying to do is, you know, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is. That's
well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now and on the radio, but I am not sure if I'd want to have a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, you know, I mean, you know, I'd be happy to, you know, like I say, you know, I could put together a website on it and you know, keep people, you know, informed about what's going on, because, you know, I'm sort of making this my.
People would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. All right, this is Ken from Scottsdale.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, when you mentioned about a car that had apparently fallen from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many, many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds. I mean, Brazil nuts and hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't it possible there could be like an aquifer or something and there water or something?
Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
That's pretty definitive. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel?
Hi.
Hi, this is Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem.
Sure.
First of all, if he's putting line down the well...
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There has never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it,
right,
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right. Now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
that's a good point.
The 1 pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even. It could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, where the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer.
Not a cat.
No, not
no
a cat. No cats. But a person, maybe like a media person. One of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something. Lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I say, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole has not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
That this is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
God, it's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh, yeah. There's probably good. Oh, well, in terms, not families, but individuals, probably a good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
To throw junk into.
Yeah. It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything hit. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down.
Straight down, yeah, 9.5 feet.
To go straight.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got in the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just lean right over there and get it going straight down. And as far as anything I could see, visually, with the halogens and flashlights.
The light just what? Fades away into blackness?
Yeah. You've got nothing after a while. You can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about, you said a dog was thrown into the hole dead and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting, and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog because it was the same dog. It had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, and the whole thing.
Oh, man. Does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think that this is something like really benign, like cows have gone down there. I haven't heard any cows coming back, or at least that you would know, but I don't.
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State. Tell them.
From the hole, it is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wild card line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Hey, you're about to get an update on Mel's Hole. We'll tell you all about that in a moment. We talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following facts last week. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastosh Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole, as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it, except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me. I get a fax like this, and I jump right on it. So I called Mel in the middle of the night. We put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week, and we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following fax earlier today. Art, you're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their thread. I asked one of the guards, what's going on? He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel.
Hello, Art Bell and listeners.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I tell you, I was. I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but.
Yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole because we were talking about it. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I originally after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
Oh, yes.
And I think...
and I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
Well, when we talked yesterday, you felt that... probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter. And
that's right. Your best protection is to be public, Mel.
Well, anyway, so there was a lot of activity around there. And, I've had some thoughts about this. And if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellites.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellites.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, there was on, I'll tell you, I'm getting a little confused about days. I guess this is now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically.
Armed soldiers.
Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even. I mean, basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into the property.
Okay.
They now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers. Those are. They're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Like the bomb barriers they have at the White House. Those kind of things.
More or less. So you could squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You've got the deed to this property.
This is mine in the banks.
Well, you're in the bank. We're all in the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that crashed.
Yeah, that was the thing. And I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And again, I asked to talk to the officer in charge there, and I figured, one of these military types would come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of, the nature of what happened there. But he told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated. And I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So, but the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
no, wait a minute. Ooh. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here and on the property, and that's one of the reasons, and this can all come out now. I imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians used there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly cold and flu.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate, and it's very similar to northern Nevada, we thought we would cultivate these plants and then use it as a cure. It's a very effective cure. It's
not a narcotic, is it?
No, it's not narcotic. It's
well,
not
then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and
but there's no. You're not cranking out crank or methamphetamine or anything.
Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away. Let us do what we're doing, or we might find a drug lab here. Then it wouldn't be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail.
Yeah. So they were clearly letting me know, and my feeling was that they were in control.
So what have we got? We got some kind of national security hole now, or is it what?
Well, excuse me. I assume by now they've made a lot of determinations about it, and it sounds like it's something they want. Today on my my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent.
Oh.
And he says that he had someone who was very interested in purchasing my property, and would make me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't gotten back to him, but I think we can put two and two together here. Somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do, Mel? Are you going to accept the, quote, generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today, is that I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side, you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side, you have a very, very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's the carrot-stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think. And I'm, like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before. It was.
Now, you were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. It was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole, and basically I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales, okay? And,
all right.
It's a little spring-operated thing there, but I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
In totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 20-pound test line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right.
So
one of the things is it's and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000 feet?
8 with, what is that, 4 zeros on there?
Well, those are miles, 5,280 feet, so you can figure it from there.
Someone's, I believe me, I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is, but...
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now, and... the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he'd been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
No, it's just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings and the housing structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall we had.
All right, Mel, that's right. Recent snowfall. Mel, hold on. We'll be back after the bottom of the hour, right? Mm-hmm. Stay right there. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC.
devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul because I think I'm better than you. The boy said, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet and you're going to regret because I'm the best as ever been. Johnny, you're awesome, up your bow and play your fiddle hard.
Call Art Bell toll-free, west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. This is the CBC Radio Network.
None other. Good evening, everybody. Good morning, actually. Morning, I believe, just about everywhere but Hawaii, perhaps, and out in the Pacific as the darkness races across. Now, back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of the legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh, yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and, that people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole, there's, sheep, whatever, you name it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole, I guess, as a form of burial. And the story that I heard was that the hunter, was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar and the same tags on it. So he was the story is, they were like absolutely believed the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I'm going to the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black beam, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, may have.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property. Might as well talk to the neighbors. Yeah, sure.
And so, you go out and buy them a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly and has lived in the area for a long time, but he said that originally, and this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said, stone columns? And
stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks there and see if he could place the stone columns on it.
Yeah?
So, he drew it on the napkin there, and I said, that's very interesting. Well, I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge.
Yeah?
He says, that's exactly what the thing looked like.
You're kidding.
He said that they had these, pillars lined up, and just like that. He said it wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some, things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs. They won't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I could do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fax. And I'll try and get to it. But...
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground bunkers and tunnels and such. Yes.
That's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fax for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash, Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high-voltage electricity deep in the earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Markham built? The earth could have its own, in effect, time machine. Over the centuries, through various quakes and so forth, all of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Well, let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about Earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average, on the Earth is about 20 miles deep.
Okay.
Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the Moho discontinuity.
The what?
The Moho, M-O-H-O discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this discontinuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They speed up.
Okay.
Normally they go 7 kilometers per second. These are going 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. And it's believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of the Earth. So you've got the crust, you have the Moho discontinuity, then you have the mantle. And so that region is very, very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it, at least not yet. And the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that there.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going to, Mel, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I could not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. I mean, I was kept way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh, gosh, you'd have to travel, I would say it's from the access road it's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and listened and listened and never heard a thing?
Nothing. I mean, again, the refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I mean, I expected, something that massive. And that I expected something. But, I've thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite. And, no, I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
I mean, it's almost impossible, it seems.
If the hole right now, I don't know, is 15, 16, 17 miles, how long would it take for the sound to travel back, if it is hitting bottom? Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, you don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled...
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is 2.3 miles into the Earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard about.
But that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that channel that they built underneath the English Channel between England and France. How deep is not how deep it is, but how long is it? You know, is it several miles or?
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London, but I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, I mean, if we're talking the government here, which it is obviously the government that's interested in this, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They could send down cameras, they could send down whatever they wanted, I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, and they take air readings, if it's got good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a poor ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology as back.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there. Saying we're pretty we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're very very militant about that. And they say how can they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on property, and I don't have any evidence of that, but I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene, we got to do an investigation, FAA and all that business there. And
all right, did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what?
No.
All right. Well, are there any reports? I mean, after all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
First of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car in the wintertime, then makes the newspaper. So there
should have been big news if a plane went down there.
Oh, you bet. We've had planes go down here before. We've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountains and makes newspaper here. That's a big deal here.
All right, well, look, then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group. Right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. I am,
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Mel, let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes. This is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Art, just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at CSETI with what he said concerning interplanetary travel, and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel, on the subject of cloning. All day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do it. That is utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will. I guess you can say, should we? But we will. I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel's hole is first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay.
Where in Oregon are you?
In Corvallis.
Corvallis. Okay, I know where that is. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I was listening to the show, and I guess it's a delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mel's hole.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
And I would just say to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of, and get him out there.
He's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But
Yeah, exactly.
he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's got a point.
Well,
suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, "Sorry, this is a crime scene." Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property, has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow gear was there for, is to groom it all, so you can't see it from the air.
Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And
if the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Yeah, Mel, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. There's secret aircraft that fly and crash, but I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you. Do you?
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of the smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful clear day. I mean, if there was any, and it wasn't particularly windy, if there was a crash, there'd be evidence of it. There'd be smoke clouds.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars. If it's what you say it is, if it's as deep as you say it is, man, you could fence a property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings.
Oh.
Actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the neighbors says he saw almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
Oh my God.
That stuff.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between, I think, 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, and I went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter out there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning, and then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
now, yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah. I lost a day in here, Art. But what they saw is actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently, some generators there. Again, I have no power or phone on the property. There, we use cell phone if we need to make a call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going, and there was no way not to follow up on that. And I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, when I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do was to get some good ideas about the nature of this thing here. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you.
Yeah.
Don't think me rude, but I've got to ask, Mel.
Yeah.
That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants. They're plants that Native Americans used in making what they this was a Northern Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found a cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his he was a military doctor. Gave to the people under his command.
All right, Mel. Hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you. Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes. CBC in action.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wild card line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
This is absolutely beyond all reason. I just went, and those of you who listened last week toward the end of the show, a horrible incident occurred with super glue, which I really don't even want to go into right now, but a bunch of carts, the carts that we play, like this one you're listening to right now with bumper music and stuff, were in a cart rack, and my cart rack came out of the wall, and it's in there with some mollies, so I went and got some super glue and tried to glue it back in, and that's when the disaster began, and I just tried to pull my Pink Floyd cart out of the cart rack, and I noticed that I had glued my carts into the cart rack, along with wherever else the glue went, which I don't want to discuss. The glue obviously got on these carts and glued them to the plastic cart rack. So now the cart rack is off again, and a portion of the cart rack is in my Pink Floyd cart with piece on it, so I can't even get the cart in the machine anymore. I'm telling you, folks, you get sick, you get stupid. That's all there is to it. We're going to get back to Mel. We're going to get back to Mel in a moment with his sad story of the hole, deepest hole maybe in the whole world, as a matter of fact. We don't know. We'll probably never know now. That's the sad part of it. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just that, just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further questioning on, people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
I would. It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding any of it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, into the sky, to me was just absolutely incredible.
I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was, the way he described it, it was just...
All right. Look, let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
Yeah, this is Philip in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hello, Philip. How you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Mel, what type of work do you do for a living?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm a retired person.
You have no criminal record of any kind?
Pardon me?
No criminal record or anything?
No criminal record.
I'd find a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia, and that's a good reason why we need the militias in this country, is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. I would call their bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you had a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they had it all roped off, and they said go away, we could.
I would come back with a gun.
Well,
and they haul in a bunch of.
Then
trailers.
You know what you'd be? You'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a military
checkpoint. I'd have the
checkpoint.
press with me, and I would not go at this alone.
Oh, I see.
But they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well,
that's just not
I agree.
logical.
I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Stan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
I just got a question there for Mel. If there was like any way that you could charter a plane so you can do a flyover of your property.
I suppose I could do that. I mean, there is a small airport here in Ellensburg, and I'm sure that can be arranged for. Well, what I'd be interested in to know is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I can try to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there of keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation on why they brought the yellow gear out, as to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion.
Okay, and another thing is I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the apparition of the dead dog, and it's warning them not to go there.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it?
The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit, they won't go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there, and they just will not budge.
You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family going to we used to go to Florida, drive to Florida in the winter, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops. And, man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you'd pull, he wouldn't get he could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull, and I brought it home, put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards about 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things.
Yeah.
There's something about it. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir. Oh,
hi, Scott in Washington.
Yeah, not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountains for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and a graduate of Central Washington University.
Cool.
Spent a lot of time in Ellensburg.
Yeah.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of.
Wow.
We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1990, 1989?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime about in there, and we even heard that. And the one thing that it really surprises me, this guy that was saying, I took a gun in the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the western United States.
It is humongous out there.
The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they have trucks and stuff out there in a lightning bolt.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean,
I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there the next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there, if there's been any, ownership of it, or was, whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that given the nature of it, that it's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, I wish you the best in figuring out what it is, and we're all of us local here, we're going to keep tuned in to see if there's anything worth driving back across the mountains to hang out and see.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health, and this is what I get.
All right. Well, it's turned into a nightmare.
Yes.
An absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think, about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And there were reenactments of, like, these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like it took place in, like, when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something, and he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad, and his dad went out there, and they heard noises coming out of it.
Oh, God.
And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him, and I guess a bunch of guys went out there, and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in, and somebody's going to have to go down on it.
Sure.
And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down, and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after that, after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right. Well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was
Sunday afternoon, I think.
Was that Sunday afternoon?
So Sunday evening, something like that.
Yeah,
I was.
I mean, you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion, I had it there. I mean, I was shaking. I was sweating. I was. My body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was a wreck.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of, saying, I think there's something interesting going on over there, and, send them out there, and what I assume that'll happen is if they did go, if they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see. And I think that'll be it. Again, this guy was real clear to me. He said, look, I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, no one's going to believe you anyway. You could tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and, he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now. And I feel somewhat responsible. But,
I understand that. The first thing he needs to do is get a good lawyer, somebody that's prominent like that. I can't recall his name, Spence from Wyoming. That's
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background, because with the power they've got, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some...
Well, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I guess it's like The Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
is
there's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in all 24 time zones covered by this radio program, which is coast to coast and should be called Coast to Coast to Coast AM. Here we are in the middle of the night, as usual. This is kind of cool. Now, as you know, I keep you informed as the ratings come in. These are Arbitron ratings. And kind of an interesting situation occurred in Nashville, Tennessee, where we were on WWTN, and we switched over to WLAC in Nashville, a 50,000-watt giant blowtorch in Nashville, and we just got the ratings for Nashville because that, and this encompasses that change, and this is fairly amazing, actually. 12 plus, that means all persons 12 years old or older. We went from market position number 12 to market position number 1 in one book. Boom. And that would represent, we got to check this out for those of you who know about such things. We went from they had a 2.2 share, and then when our show came on, it rose to a 16.5 share, 750% increase. That may be right on up there with the biggest gains ever seen in history. I mean, they can happen in smaller cities and towns, but something the size of Nashville, plus the fact that there we are, number 1. 2554 from number 10 in the market to number 1, a 333.3% increase. So it is interesting that in Music City, which is, when you go to Nashville, and I've been there, the cabbies sing country music. Everybody sings in Nashville. And somehow, in this overnight slot, WLAC has gone straight up to number 1, and that's past all the other AM and FM, even country stations, and that's almost impossible. But there it is. So, let's see. News. Again, reminding you, if you didn't hear it last night, Representative Dennis Kucinich has rewritten H.R. 2977, which originally called for the end to chemtrails, particle beams, electromagnetic radiation, plasmas, extreme low frequency, energy, mind control technologies, and all of that has now been written out of the bill. You can check it out. I think we've got a link on the website that will tell you all about it. At any rate, that's it. He's changed his entire bill as far as we are concerned. The things that interested us, which we were so amazed at, they're all gone. I wonder if and now he's probably not going to want to do the interview, right? We're going to interview him here. I bet he won't do it now. Because we'd have to ask, questions like, who came to visit you, Representative? How come you put it in the first place? And Representative, if you put it in the first place, it must have been because you were concerned about these things. You'd heard of them, obviously, or we would not have put them in your bill. What political pressure or government pressure caused you to remove all of them? I mean, questions like that. Now, of course, if he's willing to answer questions like that, I'm certainly in a mood to ask them. More in a moment. In the next hour, Mel Waters is going to be here. That's right, Mel Waters, Mel's Hole. Because we rebroadcast some time ago, a couple of weeks ago, the show with Mel, it regenerated, it went nuts. The amount of response around here went berserk about Mel's Hole all over again, and he got hold of it. He got hold of the fact, I guess he was out driving somewhere, heard us doing the program, and got hold of the network, and incredibly, unbelievably, impossibly, some might suggest, one man appears to have discovered 2 endless holes. He says he's found another endless hole, with some really weird properties. Now, you've got to ask yourself, what are the odds of any one guy finding 2 bottomless pits? And normally I would say there's 0. However, once you have found and have become famous for finding one, it's entirely possible that somebody would lead you to another if it existed. Now, that would appear to be what's happened here. In other words, I don't think he personally found it. But being the hole guy, they would come to you if they had a hole. Here is an item that alleges to have been on eBay. In fact, I have the item number here back in September. It was item 164179899, if it's real. And basically, it was called I Will Kick Your Ass. Now, listen to this. Winning bid receives an ass-kicking from me personally. I'm 6 feet, weigh over 230 pounds. If you win this auction, I will personally come to your house and kick your ass. I guarantee I will not break any bones or kill you, nor will I use any weapons on you, but I will give you a good beating, and I will do this under 2 conditions. 1, you or anyone else does not press charges against me. After all, you bought the ass-kicking. 2, you do not fight back or attempt to physically harm me in any other manner. This is your ass getting kicked, not mine. Buyer provides round-trip plane ticket to the nearest airport as well as cab fare to your house and back. Now, if you're not close to the airport, you may provide me with a train ticket or other means of transportation. Do not pick me up, as I will be attacking you completely randomly. Buyer must also provide good, clear directions to their house, as well as any business expenses. If I need to stay in a hotel or buy food for myself during the trip, most likely I'll just fly in, kick her ass, and leave. Upon arrival, I will select a random time to come over and kick your ass. It may be when you are sleeping or showering, or any other time during the day or night when you are most vulnerable. During this beating, I may damage one or more of your household items. If I have to break glass to get into your... Wait a minute. Page 2. If I have house, I suppose. Yeah, home. Or knock over furniture if you attempt to run from me. This should be expected by you and covered by my expenses. If you are married or have children, I may choose to slap around your family a little, but only if I'm feeling particularly generous. They should be informed of this and expected as well. Bidding starts at 1 cent, but remember the winner must pay all expenses for my travel if they wish for me to come and kick their ass. I will accept check or money order, or you could just let me use your valid credit card for a few days and we'll call it even. So this is a real ad. It alleges, I mean, it's got all the normal stuff up here in eBay, so it was probably on there back in September. Now, I know when eBay finds this kind of thing, as well as there were people up there selling their souls, on eBay, and eBay also clamped down on that one as well. They should have. But you know what really bothers me about this offer? It's that I bet you there are people out there who took him up on it. God knows where the bidding went, or maybe eBay got this stopped before the bidding could really get underway. But trust me, it's a strange world we live in. Hey, it snowed here in Pahrump today. Strange world we live in. That's right, here in the desert near Death Valley, it snowed. Strange, strange people out there.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be To the wind, the sun, and the rain, you can be like they are. Come on, baby, baby, take my hand. We'll be able to fly. Baby, I'm your man.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Certainly is. By the way, looking further at this alleged eBay thing, the bidding had gone to $1.75. Now, it began at 1 cent. That means several people, or at least one, have bid on this item to get their butt kicked. You think I'm kidding? Keith put I sent Keith the link, and so he put it up. How do you see it? You go to my website, artbell.com, if you really want to. Go to program, tonight's guest info, where it will tell you about Mel Waters, and it says, news item, I will kick your ass. And my gosh, there's the link to this thing. So you can see I wasn't kidding you. All right, in a moment, open lines directly ahead. Now out into the night of the unknown. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing tonight?
Just spiffy, sir.
From Boston, Joe, WRKO.
Yes, Joe.
2 questions on Area 51. I mentioned this because you had Kunststone and you mentioned Nellis and you wouldn't get into something. But will you play the Jimmy Joe tape again? I asked that because I think that Hutchinson may have had dealings with the government with Area 51. They took all his stuff.
Well, he does claim, but he doesn't. He didn't. I asked him about that last night, twice, in fact, and he didn't really seem to want to go into the Area 51 part.
Oh boy, how does one write to him without a computer? You forget some of us don't have computers, and I hate them because they don't work right, especially when you.
All right. What you do is there are libraries, there are friends, there are various ways. He gave out his email address. I thought a very gutsy thing to do. When you give out your email address, believe me, on this program, that has meaning. And you're going to be busy for a while, maybe even a year. So just find anybody who's got a computer. They're awfully prolific now. In fact, you can see the world turning. And by that I mean businesses now are finding up to a quarter or even a third of their business is coming to them by the Internet. That's right. From a quarter to a third of a lot of businesses are done, and some are done exclusively on the Internet. So you got to wonder what's going to happen to the mall, huh? When everybody finally gets to the point where they can just do all their shopping from their chair, and it's pretty close right now. How's that going to impact all the malls across America, Canada? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art, this is Thomas in Mesa, Arizona, 550 KFYI.
Hello.
Well, I've been trying to monitor your program for the Mel Waters Marvelous Magical Mystery Holes.
Yes.
Interesting topic, and I wonder if they haven't had a formal volunteer. I'd like to volunteer myself instead of the poor cat to be lowered down the hole.
Oh, the cat down the hole.
No, don't pick on the poor cat because we always have the advantage of putting poor Kitty in a carrier, right?
Why, sir, would you volunteer to be lowered into an apparently endless hole with weird properties? Now, come on.
What more noble a donation I can make for my life than to advance the cause of knowledge of my species?
Well, what if you just don't ever come back?
Then I'll be in the history books.
And
I'll be one of your missing entities, maybe a shadow person myself.
That would be satisfying enough for you. In other words, how old are you now?
I'm 38.
38. Not even to your prime yet.
Well.
And you would be willing to disappear down a hole so that you could have a legacy as someone who disappeared down a hole.
It would certainly be an adventure now, wouldn't it? Like Alice in Wonderland.
Maybe. All right, sir. You're crazy. but I appreciate your call.
Of course I am.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Why would anybody volunteer to do that? I mean, really. You can't be serious. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
This is Donald. I listen to WPPX in Atlanta.
Atlanta, yes, sir.
I was calling because a while back you were talking about entities and shadow people and stuff like that.
Oh, yes, constantly.
Whenever I was young, about 8 years old, maybe a little bit younger, I had, I would say, a good shadow person. They weren't black like a lot of people describe them, but it was like a radiant white.
A good shadow person.
Well, I would say that because I don't know what else to call it besides maybe a guardian angel.
Well, okay. Well, it doesn't sound like a shadow person. It sounds like a guardian angel.
And whenever I was 8, it told me that I don't need to worry that it was there to protect me.
Yeah, that's guardian angel talk right there.
And since then,
yes,
I've been in like 4 car wrecks, and when I was young, I fell out of probably a 3-story tree, and I didn't hit a single branch on the way down, and I got up without a scratch on me. And in all my car wrecks, I have never had a scratch on me.
Not even a scratch? How serious were the wrecks?
One wreck, I hit a tree going about 40 miles an hour.
Oh, my God.
Another wreck, me, my brother, and my 2 sisters were in the car. We went over onto the other side of the road. We jumped completely over about a 5-foot fence.
Yes.
2.5 revolutions in the air.
Yes.
The car was upside down on a cement slab.
Oh, my God, you should be dead.
Facing the other direction, and we all come out without a scratch. And my dad is a firefighter, and he has a lot of friends that are firefighters that have come and looked at the wreck that said
impossible.
People actually were alive afterwards.
Well, then there are a number of ways you could look at your entity. Without your entity, you would have been dead long ago, or your entity is having a good old time with you. And or did you see the movie Unbreakable?
Yes, I did.
Have you considered that?
I don't think so, because I do have one scar from whenever I had a glass jar dropped off a shelf and hit the side of my face, and I have just that one scar. That's the only scar on my body.
In that case, I wouldn't challenge fate. All right, well, that's very interesting. But it's not, I don't think that's a shadow person. Shadow people, by their very nature, are not light beings. They are described as dark, in fact, almost black, indiscernible from black, and come in various sizes, shapes, and forms, but never as beings of light. So I think that's perhaps a guardian angel, although a question worth asking would be, with all of these accidents, one after another, that should have been fatal, if your guardian angel was really on the ball, why didn't your guardian angel stop those in the first place, instead of just allowing you to come out of all of them without even a scratch? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, sir. Where are you?
This is Dave from the Cleveland area.
Yes, Dave.
Well, unlike a couple callers ago, I choose not to be lowered in that hole. But anyways, I was calling to find out if you've heard any other additional information on Mel's hole.
Well, if you'll just wait 15 minutes, Mel Waters, or 20 minutes, Mel Waters will be here. And
I'll do that.
Not only will we find out about Mel's hole, but we'll find out about this new incredible hole that he has been led to.
Well, that sounds good, because the last time I caught anything, it was just on the Best of Art Bell when you were probably out of town or something.
That's right.
And it was an awesome story, and I couldn't wait to hear some more about it.
Well, the more part comes tonight.
That sounds good.
All right.
Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. No, guess not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi. Calling from KRRM, Cream of Country, 94.7.
Where is that?
Grants Pass, Oregon.
Grants Pass, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a Bigfoot field researcher with the Southern Oregon Bigfoot Society.
Oh, you are?
Yes, and I had emailed you a while back, but apparently it fell through the cracks. But This research area that we've been working in, we've found several families of Bigfoot in this area.
You have?
As a matter of fact, we've been baiting them for the last year.
What do you mean baiting?
With different foods like fruits and vegetables. And
what do they seem to like?
Well, they like canned meats, like corned beef, and also...
With the can not open, right?
No, we open the cans.
Open the cans.
Three-quarters of the way.
All right.
We have had them peel bananas, and they eat the bananas and leave the peelings on the ground. I've got hand cast, lots of foot cast. Our organization's been going for about a year.
Wait. How can you know? I mean, if you come back to where you put bananas and you find peels, how can you know it was Bigfoot? That you say you have casts?
Yes, we have 2 hand casts that we've got this year. Also, we have several different foot casts, and all this is available on our website.
Well, I can't let you give it. I have a rule about that because one time somebody gave out a porn site.
No.
If you will email it to me, I will screen it and we'll get it up. Now, how big are the handprints and the footprints?
Well, see, the handprint, we actually what we've been doing is raking the area in a circle.
Right.
And they try to stay away from the raked area. And one actually reached over, put its hand down next to the edge of the raked area, and we were able to get that impression.
Right, got that. How big a hand is it compared to
Almost twice the size of a normal human hand.
Twice the size.
Also, the foot casts we have 15-inch long casts all the way up to 21 inches.
To 21 inches?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, that's a big foot.
We've also had some screams in the area.
Oh, that's a gigantic foot.
They're very big animals. We had a sighting on August 20th up here in the Southern Oregon area.
How close?
During one of our expeditions. It was about 50 feet. Myself as well as another individual that was in our party.
Do you have pictures?
No. They're very...
As a Bigfoot researcher, how could you not have a camera with you?
Well, this is 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
We all spread out and we blast sounds out in the canyons. And
trying to drive Bigfoot one way and the other?
Well, try to bring him to us. We've smelled all the smells, and the evidence that we have collected is unreal. Most research teams, 10 or 20 years to get the evidence that we've gotten in 1 year.
Well, all right, pretty impressive. What are you going to you email me, and maybe I'll have you on as a guest.
Okay.
How's that? Now, just out of curiosity, if you come right up against Bigfoot, I mean meet Bigfoot face to face or whatever it is a Bigfoot has, what will you do?
Well, we don't want to hurt the animal because that would be detrimental to their species, especially since we don't have enough evidence to know how many of them that we've had, that are in this area.
Right.
We did have a Forest Service ranger had seen a female up on the tower that he works at right in this area.
Really?
And there's multiple sightings in this area. There are some homes about 10 miles down below. They're very shy humans. I believe that they can smell like gunpowder for guns and items like that.
All right. In the subject header of the email that you send me, because I get a lot of emails, sir, put something like Bigfoot Researcher or something like that.
I'll put Southern Oregon Bigfoot Society.
Good. That's fine. All right?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll look forward to seeing that. A size 21 foot. A size 21 foot. Now, you think about what's going to be attached to that, and I don't know that you want a face to whatever meeting. You just might not. First-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
This is Leo from Sheridan, Illinois, WLS, Chicago area.
The mighty WLS. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'll tell you, we got some strange things in the woods out here. You ever heard of any watchers? We call them watchers. It's something my kids and my wife, they're kind of astute to the psychic.
Well, I'm certainly familiar with the term watchers. Let's hear how you apply it. What do you call a watcher?
Oh, something that we feel is, we live in a very dense area along the Fox River, and there's something that feels like it's just staring at you at times, and there's other times it just seems to be really calm. I just stepped outside here right now, and I'm looking out in the woods, and I just heard a very strange animal that I've never heard before in my life.
Just now?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It was about 10 minutes ago, and you never hear any footsteps. At one time we heard a baby crying in the woods, and we're...
As in human baby?
Yes, it sounded like a baby to us. And it was kind of very strange.
Now, wouldn't that make you go and investigate, get a light, and try to find a human baby?
Yes, I have a spotlight off an old squad car. And I usually shine it out that way, but you never see anything. I use my night vision. I'm a little leery about walking out in the woods because the coyotes and there's been bobcats spotted in the woods out here since I was.
Right, we've got them too.
And it's just kind of creepy out.
Lions, yeah.
It's kind of creepy, but it's really enjoyable where we live because it's very secluded. And as far as Mel's Hole goes,
I know, but if something's out there eating human babies, I mean.
No, it's not something. It's not eating the baby. It's a baby crying, and it sounds like it's moving through the woods.
Well, it couldn't be really happy at that time of night, crawling along on all fours in the woods.
Well, it's not a baby. There's not going to be a baby this deep in the woods.
Hope not.
No.
All right. Anyway, Mel's Hole, you were saying something?
Yeah, I'd go down it. I wouldn't have no problem with it.
You would go down too?
Oh, yeah. I'm all busted up from work-related injuries that happened in May, and I can't work anymore. Take out a life insurance policy for $500,000 or so.
Now, which life insurance? When you write your application for insurance,
yeah,
they're going to be wanting to know what you're going to be wanting to be insured for, and you're going to be writing, "I will be lowered into a reportedly endless hole."
Well,
now, who do you think is going to write that one?
Oh, Lloyd's of London would. They insure everything. If they insure legs for some of the actresses and arms and eyes and everything else for models, why wouldn't they?
I mean, what if the odds were pretty good that you would never come back? You would either be in an entirely new place or dead as a doornail.
Well, I'd leave a rich widow. It's not really that concerned. That doesn't concern me so much.
And how old are you?
43.
It's a little early, like the last guy.
I know, but the future doesn't look too good for my legs and stuff, and I'm kind of concerned that I'd be more interested in taking care of my wife and my grandchildren that I'm supporting.
Well, I think you're both crazy as loons, but okay, as you would have it. Life is always precious, no matter what state you're in, pretty much. There may be an extreme there to be talked about, but I mean, people who have most of their faculties and their brain intact and the ability to move about, which you would have, legs or not, troubling legs or not. It's a little early to give it all up to be lowered into an endless hole, and I don't think Lloyd's, well, they might. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. I'm a second-time caller, and I was listening to your show one night last week when they were talking about the animal mutilations.
Animals?
Yeah, on animal mutilations. And someone said that they thought, your guest thought it was maybe the government cutting out parts of the animals to analyze for certain trace whatever elements.
Well, that is one theory, that they're being taken out west to determine the effects of nuclear testing, or some people think environmental degradation is measured by cutting up cows and testing stuff. There's a lot of theories.
Yeah, but then I wondered if we couldn't ask your listeners if there's a higher incidence of certain types of illnesses that would reflect those type of chemicals or contaminants. That was just an idea that I had.
Well,
if there are studies.
Okay, well, all right. Well, thank you. There are a million studies about new emerging diseases and problems with both animals and people. And that's why there is so much speculation that these mutilations might be some sort of environmental testing to see what is out there or what is changing or what effects have occurred on those exposed to God knows what. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hey, I'm in Fort Myers, Florida. I've called you before, but I'm a security officer down here.
Yes.
And we have a vanishing vagrant in the area. It's strange.
A vanishing vagrant.
Yeah, I would call the police and report that there was a vagrant on the street, but the guy would just disappear. Well, the police couldn't find him. They've searched. And I was writing it in my log night after night, the same guy, same clothes, an elderly-looking man. He just appears out of nowhere, and then he's gone.
Well, I would be very careful about calling the police on anybody with the ability to disappear.
Yeah, well, this guy, though, finally a resident was out here, and he witnessed it, too. He couldn't believe it. So anyway, I'm going to try to get this guy if he ever comes around again, and let him call you, because I asked him in front of the resident, as a witness. I said, you know, where do you go? How do you disappear like that?
And what did he say?
He told me he doesn't disappear. He vanishes. So now I call him the vanishing vagrant.
He claims he vanishes.
He does. I mean, even the witness family witnessed it.
Wait. Have you actually, with your eyes, on him, on his physical being, seen him?
Yes, and the night that the one resident...
You've actually seen him vanish?
Yes, and he did too, and he couldn't believe it.
So now you've got another witness backing up your story.
Yes, thank God, because I've been logging about this guy for like a month.
All right, if he can...
bothering the police.
All right, if he can vanish, then I want to talk to him, so you get him to
I
me.
know.
All right, you get him to me, dear. I've got to go.
I've been drifting on the sea of heartbreak,
Mel Waters coming up.
trying to get myself ashore
Mel's Hole.
for so long,
And now a new one.
for so long. Listening to the strangest stories, wondering where it all went wrong for so long, for so long. But hold on to what you got. Hold on to what you got.
Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Mel Waters has appeared on Coast to Coast AM several times over the years now. Many may remember his accounts of the mysterious hole on his property in central Washington, which appeared to have no bottom. The hole was, by Mel's account, measured to a depth of 80,000 feet, utilizing fishing line and a weight. Since Mel's first appearance on the show, many strange, fascinating, and rather unfortunate things have happened to Mel and the people somehow related to the hole. In a moment, it's back to Mel's Hole and more. And now, here he is from, I don't know where he is right now, Mel Waters. Mel, welcome to the program.
I'm here in the Pacific Northwest.
Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. That'll do. First of all, it's great to hear from you, and I guess we heard from you, Mel, because, were you out somewhere when we did a rebroadcast of the original Mel's Hole thing?
Yeah, I guess this was last week sometime, and I was coming back from Nevada, and we turned up. I get a lot of rides from truckers. You might find this interesting. I look a hell of a lot like Willie Nelson.
Do you?
And I mean, people will come up to me, and particularly truckers, and say, "Do you know you look like Willie Nelson?"
No kidding.
And then I tell them, "No, I'm not Willie Nelson. I am Mel Waters."
And they know who you are?
Well, they know exactly who I am. And next thing you know, I've got 3 or 4 truckers standing around me, and we're talking. And
well, how do you get them to believe you? I once was out I've got an RV, Mel.
Yeah.
And we talked to truckers on CB. That's real handy when you're on the road. And I encountered some truckers, my wife and I did, and we were running with them. You do that. You kind of run in a pack. And they wouldn't believe it was me. They said, your name is Art. You're from. Are you Art Bell? I said, yes, I'm Art Bell. They said, no, you're not.
I haven't had any problem with it. It's interesting. I guess a lot of the truckers that are listening to you aren't seeing you on your website, or so I guess they have no mental picture of you at all. So I think.
Well, I mean, even on the radio, though, on CB, we were just talking to them on CB.
Oh, so they heard your voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
they would not believe it was me.
Oh.
They finally did, but it took about an hour. Anyway, Mel.
So we're heading back, and we're near Portland, and he turns on the radio, and I'm on the air. At first. I didn't believe I was. This is a dream. We've been on the road too long, and no, it was. And we were wrapping up the show there, and I decided, well, I'm heading back here. I had to see a doctor for a checkup here, and so I came up here, and I decided, what the heck, I'll bring the audience up to date here. I kind of left people dangling there at the end of.
Yeah, I got a lot of, hey, I'm dangling here. What's the story on Mel's Hole? Now, to bring everybody just very quickly, the 101, you had a piece of property in Washington.
Yeah, out near Ellensburg, Washington, the center of Washington State, near the Manassas Ridge, which is sort of like the mountain range that runs along. Ellensburg is in the Kittitas Valley, and so you got a valley, you've got mountain ranges and ridges and so forth, and that's basically where the property is located out there.
Tell them what happened. Go ahead, tell them what happened.
What happened with the property?
Well, yeah, I mean,
okay, we'll give you the nickel tour, as it were.
Thank you. Good.
Okay. Basically, this was back in '97, so this was 5 years ago almost.
Yes.
That I sent a fax to the show here, and basically I described what I had done about this hole and how I lowered some fishing line into it because, quite frankly, for years and years and years and years and years, people were dumping stuff into the holes. I'm talking refrigerators. I'm talking dead animals. My favorite thing to toss in there was TV picture tubes. But no matter what we tossed in there, we never heard anything hit bottom.
Let me stop you for just 1 second. Mel, do you have a Bible?
Yes.
Go get your Bible. I'll wait.
I have the Bible right here, and I will.
You have it that handy?
Yes.
Place your hand on it, Mel.
It is right on the Bible.
Do you swear to me, with your hand on that Bible, Mel, that what you are telling me and about to tell me is the whole truth, the absolute truth?
Let us say the absolute truth.
All right, we'll say the absolute truth. Cute. I'm sorry about the whole truth thing. The absolute truth, with your hand on the Bible, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. Then let us proceed.
And so
So you threw TV picture tubes down, but I mean, I remember cows going down and.
Yeah, so some people threw dead cattle out there. I had a little Mexican fellow that used to throw literally truckloads of tires down there.
And there was enough, the hole was big enough so that you could throw something down and you wouldn't hear it cascading off the side as it went down.
It was 9 feet across, and it had a retaining wall around the top of it, and the stone went down a bit. But as far as I can tell, as far as I could see,
no splash, no crash, no bang, nothing.
And it seemed to be. It didn't look like it tapered. It looked, from everything that I could see,
it looked as wide as far as you could see.
It was a hole.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's further than I could see. It tapered. I had no idea. But I figure if something tapered, eventually tapers down to nothing, and things start collecting.
Well, 9 feet in diameter, that's a big hole.
That's a good sized hole. That's 3 yards across. That's more than the average human being is standing up.
So you had something across the hole, right?
Yeah, we put some corrugated metal and stuff on top of it, kind of to secure it.
By the way, had you fenced the hole in? Was there any protection? Was there a sign up that said,
beware of the hole? No.
Yeah, beware of the hole.
No, that's, I think, would fall under the category of attractive nuisance. You start warning people, and that gets people enticed. So.
But how about protecting people? I mean,
again, that's what the corrugated metal on top was for. It was secured on there pretty good, so you can, you couldn't
open this up without basically busting the mechanism open. And
So you began lowering fishing line into the hole from this centerpiece, right?
Yeah. At first, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, so I had a couple of big fishing poles with a lot of line on them. And what I was curious about is to find out if there was any water down there. You know, what the heck? So I lowered a big reel full of line into it, and had a roll of lifesavers on the bottom. The roll of lifesavers was simply because if they hit water, the lifesavers would dissolve.
Absolutely.
It would melt. Sure. You know, it's an old fisherman's trick. So that's what I did. You know, I lowered down. I emptied this reel. I'd assume there's about 500 yards of line on this particular reel there.
Right.
I did that with another reel, so I connected them up there, and I get down to about 3,000 feet, and same result. And then finally, I get kind of nuts about the whole thing there, so I went and bought basically monofilament in wholesale quantities. This kind of stuff that they fill the fishermen's reels with down at the sporting goods stores. You see, they have monster reels of
giant.
So, you know, basically I started lowering this stuff down there on a 1 pound lead weight into the hole.
By the way, did you have any help, or were you doing this all by yourself?
Well, no, the project was conducted by myself. I didn't have, you know, assistance or anything.
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
your own property anyway, right?
It was my property. My wife was becoming estranged from me, so she wasn't hanging around or anything. I was just sort of out there at the property doing, you know, just to satisfy my own curiosity. And basically at the point where I had reached 80,000 feet of line into the hole. And I had a little, I don't know, for lack of a better word, I had a little widget that kept track of. It's just like a little. It's like a mechanical digital counter, but it was made for measuring how much line goes down. So I knew exactly how much line I'd put into the hole at that point.
Which was
80,000 feet.
80,000 feet.
8,000 times 10, or 80,000, 80,000 feet. Something like 15 miles of line went into that hole.
There are people who have questioned, I mean, you had a little weight, of course, on the end.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you had the weight of the line itself. Now, at some point, people say the line would be so heavy that you would have no idea whether you actually hit bottom or not.
Well, yeah, I would think so. You know, and again, the only thing is I do recall I got back to you, and what I did is I actually measured the weight of the line in the hole. Okay, I had a little spring fisherman's scale put on the thing, and I believe I had somewhere between, with the weight on the bottom, between 17 and 18 pounds of weight attached to the top.
All right.
That's
Well,
what
that
I
would have
had
been
there.
within the limits. All right.
I don't know. I mean, it you know, to me, you know, I think about it now, and I think about what I've been through, and I think about all these things here. And I don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I know that. Well, didn't you have somebody talk about they're drilling like these huge deep holes in Russia or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, you got your deep holes there. I don't know what the depth of a hole is. The hole there has been there for as long as anybody can remember. If you talk to some people there, they say, "Oh yeah, this was there," you know, from my grandfather.
There are people who say they're volcanic vents or whatever.
Could be.
It could be. But still, at 80,000 feet, no bottom to the hole. Now, this hole exhibited some, lack of a better term, paranormal aspects.
Well, yeah, and I believe what I had noted was that you know, my dogs wouldn't have anything to do with it. You know, they wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Right.
You know, birds didn't mess with the retaining wall. You know, it's the kind of place birds like to go. They didn't go anywhere near it. There were people that told me various things that, you know, when I talked to them about it. One man claimed he had thrown a dog that died into it, and at some point after that, he was out there hunting around up there in the hills, and he saw the exact same dog just going through the woods like it was hunting with somebody.
So the hole then brought the dog back to life.
Well,
is the idea.
Now here's the thing here. I said, well, did you call the dog back to you?
Mm-hmm.
And did it come back to you? He said it looked like it was hunting with somebody else. That's what he said.
Well, at least it was happy.
It was there on the same places where he had gone to.
Now, you believe so strongly in the powers of this whole I know that as one condition. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. The government came and took your hole. That's what it comes down to.
There was quite a period of time there where after the program, all hell had broken loose, and I was going back to the hole. I actually wasn't living when I had talked to you originally. I was not living on the property. We had just had a really major snowstorm, like 2 feet of snow in 24 hours, and most of my trailer buildings and stuff were all caved in on the property, so it was a real mess out there. Anyway, I'd taken an apartment in town, and so it was the next day or whatever. I go back there, and I'm driving up to my property, and even before I get anywhere near the property, I'm met by basically uniformed people who are telling me that there was a plane crash on my property, that they have to investigate and clear the accident. And that I'm, not to, they will let me know when I can come back.
Now, bear in mind, everybody, this was immediately after our broadcast.
Yeah. This is almost.
Nobody knew about the hole until the broadcast. Immediately after the broadcast, next day he goes back and they're giving him this plane crash trash.
And I said, I'm no dummy. I'm looking around. I don't see any smoke. I don't smell any smoke, and I didn't see any evidence of what would be a plane crash, so I'm pretty much believing they're handing me a bill of goods.
Right.
And, I said, look, this is my property. I want to get onto it.
Mm.
And basically there were some threats made against me that, there was been told that it would be fairly easy for people to find a drug lab on my property there. I'm basically a man who deals in herbs and Native American herbal medicine.
So it's either saying, like, back off, buddy, or we got you,
and what could I do?
Yeah.
What I had there, I suppose, could be construed as a drug lab. I don't know, but that's where I was.
Well, was it a real drug lab, or?
Well, I had the various plants that grow native in that area there. I had some plants that I brought up from Nevada growing over there, but none of these things are anything but plants that you would find growing in a high desert environment.
And there are a lot of psychedelic hallucinogenic plants.
I did not deal with anything like that.
Well, but that's normal. That's all over the desert. It may not be widely known, but it's the truth. There's all kinds of hallucinogens that grow naturally in the desert.
Oh, the people that know, and I've worked extensively with Native Americans, and they can walk through an area, and they can tell you everything.
Okay, so it's not like you had a meth lab up there or anything.
Yeah, that's what they were implying. It
was herbal stuff. All right. So they scare you the hell away. Then how did you come to make a deal with the government? How did that happen?
I have a hard time figuring out what led around here. But basically, I wasn't going to back off. I was basically talking to the press. You are the press, Art Mel. And so what they did is offered to lease my property from me in perpetuity for a very healthy sum of money. And I'm talking like $250,000 a month to have use of the property. Yeah, that's $3 million a year.
That's a lot of money.
And, I had agreed for them to let me relocate in Australia, a place that I love and actually wish I could go back to, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, you did, in fact, go to Australia because I had a couple of emails from you when you were there.
I would contact you from time to time there just to let you know I was okay.
And you were in Australia. Oh, I know that's true. So you had taken the money, and I figured you were probably sipping martinis in some nice Aussie outback location with lots of nice young Australian, and just having a nice life.
Combing my beard and all that stuff.
So what the hell happened?
Well, and then I was doing well. I did a lot of good work over there. One of the things that I was allowed to do was to bring some of my plants with me. And,
they sent you? Did they send you the money?
Oh yeah, it appeared regularly in my account. I got the money, Johnny, on the spot. It was great. They allowed me to bring my dogs with me, which I don't know if you know about transporting dogs across the seas, but you normally can't bring dogs.
I know. Well, without quarantine for a long period of time.
They were not in quarantine. They just said, hey.
So they got you right past that.
They got me right through that. I got the red carpet treatment.
You were the king of the hole, no doubt about it.
That was it. I was living good. I was happy, and basically, doing fine, doing my work out there. Did a lot of work out there on wombat rescue and wombat restoration. There, it was great.
How many $250,000 payments did they actually come through with?
Well, I was there from. I haven't tallied it up there, but I was basically there from March of '97 until right before the millennium. I mean, the year 2000.
Okay, all right. Mel, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. Mel Waters is my guest. Much more ahead.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
In the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
My guest is Mel Waters of Mel's Hole fame, and he'll be right back. Now, the keepers of the network vault of time information inform me that Mel Waters was originally on program February 21st of 1997, then again February 24th. 3 days later. Then he wasn't on until April of 2000. That would have been when he came back to the U.S. So that's the timeline we've got. That sounds about right, Mel. So, they paid you, Mel, a lot of money. I mean, there were several payments of $250,000, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, just nice as every month it was.
Well,
there.
What the hell happened to all the money?
Well, I'll tell you what happened, and I had come back in December.
Okay.
Of what was it? When was I was on?
Would have been 2000. You were on
right.
April of 2000. So
2001.
Well, it says 2000 here. Maybe the timekeeper.
Okay, then it was right before the millennium.
Right.
Okay, so in 1990.
No. This was the millennium. I mean, 00.
In 1999, in December, I'd come back, and I actually contacted you to appear on the air.
Uh-huh.
I was in the USA, and
right.
I thought we'd just kind of
exactly.
Actually, it would have been a boring interview. It would have just been how life was good in Australia and how wonderful things were. And
yeah.
Blah blah blah. But everybody would know, hey, Mel's alive. He's doing okay. Basically, at that point, I was helping my nephew move from Tacoma to Olympia, and I would during the day before the interview.
Right.
And we moved them down there in a U-Haul truck, and I was driving the truck back, and I was going to take the bus back to Olympia. There was some strangeness that occurred on the bus. There was an altercation. There were, from what appeared to me, there were policemen and transit people that came over there. I was asked to give my statement. I said, no, I got to get back to Olympia, blah, blah, blah. I can't miss the last bus. They said, that's okay. You can talk to us. We'll drive you back in the van. That was the last thing I remembered, because when I had woke up, it was about 12 days later, and I was in a real seedy part of San Francisco, lying in an alley. These winos were basically trying to get me to sing on the road again.
Beaten up, as I recall.
I was bad. I had no teeth in the back of my mouth, no molars. They were gone.
A dentist, by the way, has since done some exemplary work for you.
Do you like that? He gave me some state-of-the-art dentures. They are wonderful.
So, I mean, you were abducted. You were beaten up. God knows what happened to you. You found yourself in San Francisco in a disaster. You have come back from that, obviously, but I still want to know, Mel, what the hell happened to all the money?
Well, what happened was that when I had gone back and I was with my nephew, I found out that I had been served with legal papers that said that basically the terms of my divorce with my former wife were basically had been canceled. I had lost my rights because of the various modifications that were made to the property after I was no longer using the property. Basically, septic systems were put in. There was various paving that was done and modifications that basically I was not allowed to do.
Right.
And so I no longer had any claim on that property. And that's basically where I'm left. So,
well, okay. Still, though, Mel, what about all the money you did receive? I mean, did you blow it on wine, women, and song, or what?
Well, again, when you have a lot of money, I mean, you could only eat so much food and drink so much good scotch.
That's right.
That's right. And I devoted a good deal of the money I had, one, for the research I was doing. That was my activity, and two, creating a facility for dealing with our wombat friends in Australia.
Yeah, I know you were very concerned about that. I remember you were writing about wombats.
I am so proud of them, because if you go now...
So your money went to the wombats, really?
The majority of it, but right after that, then I tried to access my money. My money wasn't there. I had sent emails to my colleagues in Australia. They said my whole facility was dismantled over there.
Oh, my God.
Everyone was given a severance check because I had various students and various people working for me there, because, I'm not a veterinarian or anything like that. So, again, you can go through money, quite a bit of money there. And I was glad to do it. So there I am, lying in the gutter, no teeth. My, I could still see the tape on my arms where they had taped down an IV or some sort of thing to it. So I was out of it for the longest time, and I contacted my nephew, and he managed to get me a bus ticket back north.
Brother, talk about going from being a whole baron to absolutely...
Yeah, I had nothing. I kind of, that's kind of where I left everything when we last talked.
Now, I know that you've had contact with the Native American community since you've been back. Is that right?
Oh yeah. In fact, that we will get into that, because that leads to part two of all of this. But
yeah, I know.
Kind of wrap things up. I wanted to bring up some things, because you probably noticed I was pretty ticked off that they'd stole my belt buckle.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I mean, amongst working with herbs and stuff, I'm kind of an itinerant jeweler as well, and I make things. And I went back to Ellensburg, and because I'd sold a number of these similar belt buckles at the farmers market and through little consignment jewelry stores in Ellensburg.
Right.
And so, sure enough, when I'm there, I run into a guy who's wearing one of my belt buckles. Now, and they were made with a silver fork, and
you'd know your own work,
Yeah. I mean, they were very unique, and this was kind of a little folk art thing, and I had.
What is the point, though?
Well, the point is that
I kept on thinking, why would they take my belt buckle?
Hmm.
That was the thing. I mean, this was very personal item there that would, I had another belt buckle on my belt. You see what I'm saying? Why take a man's belt buckle?
Makes no sense.
Yeah. So anyway, I run into this guy and I says, "Hey, you bought one of my belt buckles?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I love this thing." Anyway, so we take a look at it and we're looking at it, and basically the motif on there is I had 3 coins, that I had affixed to it in bezels.
Right.
There was a coin with Winston Churchill on it. There was a coin with Joseph Stalin, and there was a coin, dime, with Franklin Roosevelt.
Rather distinctive, yes.
Well, this was folk art representing the great conference that they had.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at the coins there, and we're noticing there it is a 1943 Roosevelt dime.
Yeah.
Franklin Roosevelt was still alive in 1943.
That's a good point. You're sure?
Yes, absolutely sure. Absolutely sure. It was a 1943 dime.
Well, that just makes no sense whatsoever.
I found on my property, I cleared a land, I found that Nazi sort of gun there. It was a P-38 that I gave to the landlord as a deposit.
I recall, yes.
And we dig up all kinds of things, bits of metal and stuff like that. Well, I found one time I was digging around there and just rooting around, I found one of these red Chinese Lucky Money envelopes. The kind of Chinese give it to each other on New Year's?
Yes.
And it had 10 of these dimes in it. So I got 10 dimes, I'm making, these belt buckles. I put one in each one there. So we're examining this dime here with this fellow in Ellensburg, and it struck us at the same time. I mean, when I told you 1943 Roosevelt dime, you thought, okay, well, it couldn't exist. We had a dime that there's no way it could exist.
Right.
But it looked just like your normal dime, but from 1943. And the only other thing that was kind of peculiar about it was that it had a B as in baby mint mark on it. Now, we have S for San Francisco, P for Philadelphia, D for Denver.
Correct.
But I have no record anywhere of a B as in baby.
Or Boston.
Boston. Could be Boston. I don't know what it was, but I know of no B mint mark on a dime. So anyway, this guy is really curious. He decides to go see a big-time coin dealer about this coin. And he goes in there, and the coin dealer takes a look at it, and he just is like, mouth is hanging open. I'm telling you, I'm relating the story from my buddy.
Okay.
He looks at this thing, and he's just flabbergasted.
But what I don't understand is how all this relates.
Well, it ties into why my belt buckle was taken.
Oh.
Because it had the same coin on there.
Oh. Now, are you fairly sure it was not the same belt buckle?
I had made a series of 10 of them. I made 10 a coin. I had 10 of those same coins.
I understand. So now, was this the same belt buckle?
No, it was one that he must have bought.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Would you have any way of knowing if it was the same one?
No. They were very. They were all custom made, so each one is a little bit different.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I would know for a fact that was not the one I wore every day of my life.
All right.
But he took it to a coin dealer, and the coin dealer was just amazed. He had he couldn't even begin to grasp what he was holding in front of him. He started telling him, I don't know, this could be a prototype.
Well, nothing explains it. I mean, time travel, what would explain?
But something created before Roosevelt would have even died. When they created that dime, they went to, they sped up the process to get a Roosevelt dime after he died. But there's nothing that explains it. The guy offered him a huge amount of money, the coin dealer. Said, here, I'm going to write you a very substantial check. You give me the dime. The guy says, let me think about it, okay? I'll give you my number. You give me a call, and I'll let you know what I think.
To make a long story short, a day or two later, this guy is visited by Treasury officials there who said they have to confiscate this coin from him for some legal reason or another, so they took the coin away from this.
Should have made the deal the day before.
He should have made the deal.
So somehow, do you remember where you got these coins?
Yeah, they were on my property.
They were on the property. Showed up laying on the property?
No, I was actually digging around there, because I turned a lot of dirt over there to plant stuff and grow things there. And
I think about this, and nothing explains it. I mean, time travel would not explain it.
The only thing that I even began to think about, it's like over the years I didn't pay attention to it, but it was like, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but in the middle of every intersection, on the road,
yes,
there's always a little pile of nuts and bolts. If you drive by, you'll notice them.
Yeah.
Little springs right in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah.
Stuff that falls off of cars.
Right.
And it seemed to me like that property was like that. All kinds of odds and ends were over there. I mean, why would I find an old...
Well, it's strange that you would mention all of this now. I remember you're telling the story of your belt buckle being gone, but you didn't go into the detail about your belt buckle before.
No, because I didn't know the significance of it. I just looked at it as a couple of old silver dimes.
So now suddenly you relate it back to the hole in the property.
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly. So I got this. So that kind of explains why the buckle would be taken from me.
I suppose so. It might be proof of
something other than
who
it
knows
should be.
what. Yeah.
But that happened over there. And I just wanted to bring it up today. I haven't been able to track down my former wife at all. I mean, she is just like vanished. I don't know where she is. I don't know what name she's going under. I have no idea.
All right. Here's a question for you, Mel.
Yeah.
The military obviously still is in possession of your property. Yes.
Well, we have been saying military. We have been saying government.
Whatever, whoever they are, they've got it, right?
There is someone in possession of the property, yes.
So if a person were to go to this property, they would be halted or stopped before they could go on and make any sort of investigation or whatever, right?
I'm going to assume a number of things, since I have not actually gone anywhere within 5 miles of the property since then, that there's a chain link fence around it, and there's probably a sign that says, agricultural research, do not enter, or something like that. That's what I'm going to assume.
Okay.
Okay? I'm also going to assume that what it looked like when I owned it or had it in my possession, it doesn't look like it now. I will also clue everybody into one thing. Art, are you familiar with the Terra server?
Yes, that's...
The satellite imagery?
Yes, you can get satellite imagery of almost any spot on Earth.
Okay, you go to the Terra server.
Yes.
And you go see the pictures where my property is in the Monastash.
All right, well, why don't you tell us how to do that? In other words, what specific photograph are we looking at? There should be a number or something.
Well, yeah, I don't have that handy, but if you found Ellensburg...
Yes.
And you zoomed out... So the picture got smaller.
Right.
You will see where my property is, and it's very easy to see where it is.
And how would we identify it?
Because it has been expunged.
What do you mean?
Those pictures do not appear on the satellite server. The ones taken in June of 2000.
Well, instead, where your property ought to be, what do we see?
2 white squares.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. You go to Terra server. That's provided by Microsoft. I'm not going to give any URLs.
No, a lot of people know how to do it.
And look up Ellensburg.
Right.
Zoom out.
Right.
So you get and then you will see over where the Monastash Ridge is.
Yes.
My property blanked out. Actually, quite a bit. There's quite a few.
Wow.
So that is, you don't have to go by what I say.
Oh, no. Listen,
you can look at it yourself.
Trust me when I tell you, one of my listeners, within the hour, I can guarantee we'll find the exact photograph you're talking about, if it exists.
Yep.
Send me the URL, and or send Keith the URL, and we'll get it up and take a look. And you're claiming
it's not there.
But
it has been expunged.
Well, expunge away they might, but that still would identify the exact location.
Well,
it still covers a lot of ground there. But where it is, and I assumed that because this picture was taken in 2000, okay, I believe it was in June or something of 2000.
Right.
That there's been a lot of differences made in that area. And none of these, see, you get a really good picture on a Terra server.
Oh, well, yeah, pretty good.
You could basically see a car on the road with the Terra server.
Yeah.
That's from the satellite. So, I mean, you would see a hole. You would see outbuildings.
All right, let's direct people again. Let's say it again. So listeners who want to go to Terra server right now and help us out, tell them where to go again.
Look up Ellensburg, Washington.
Then?
And then you just zoom out on the town until you see the the white squares where my property would have been.
And that would be exactly
on the Manastash Ridge.
All right, there's a good piece of evidence we can go hunting for.
Let's go there. But whoever controls the satellite and releasing it to the Terra server people decided not to let them have these pictures.
Oh, isn't that something?
Okay.
So
I mean, every listener can do this. I mean, I've had, people want to go out there, and the only thing I tell them is don't go there. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to you. I don't know what people will do to you.
Going to be nothing but grief of one sort or another.
I mean, it's these guys to go to Area 51.
You know that people have made treks to find Mel's hole.
I right now I tell you, look, it's there. Don't go there. You don't have to go there. It's there. But don't go there on my account. I don't want to be responsible for anybody. Anyway, so that was that's kind of like bringing this into focus here. Okay,
it brings us certainly up to date. Yes,
and I had a couple of other interesting things. These things are kind of loose ends, but they're not loose ends.
All right, you're going to have to hold on because we're at the top of the hour, and then we're going to shortly get to the next hole. Mel has a new, apparently, endless hole. I'm Art Bell. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you'd care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you played pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle is gold against your soul because I think I'm better than you. The boy said, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet and you're going to regret because I'm the best as ever been. Johnny, you're awesome up your bow and play your fiddle hard.
West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Yes, I demand to speak to Art Bell immediately.
Oh, my God.
I have been put on hold one too many times.
You have not been put on hold.
Yes,
I just came to you. I came directly to you.
Hold for half an hour.
I came to you directly, and you weren't on hold for 1 second.
This is not Art Bell. I demand to speak to Art Bell. Who is this?
The only person who can talk to you this way. It's me.
Is this Mr. Bell?
You got it.
Well, it's about time. I'm not going to listen to your program anymore. You insult me.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I could never, sir, insult you in any greater way than you do every time you open your mouth.
Well, what? How dare you?
I dare easily.
Well, you dare, that's correct.
He hung up. Couldn't even stick around. Some of you have been longtime listeners to the program have heard that voice before.
recharge bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may recharge at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To recharge on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Well, folks, for a short time it would appear as though we brought the entire Terra server down. However, enough of you went and looked, and we believe we found the frame in question. Keith has it posted right now. It covers an area, it says, 5 kilometers southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. And I'll be damned if there isn't a big white block missing from the center of this part of the Terra server in the Manatash. I can never say that. The Manatash? But anyway, the area that he was talking about. We've got the link up there on my site right now. Go to artbell.com, go to program, tonight's guest info, and you will see related link, Terra server image of Ellensburg, Washington. And there is a big missing area. Now, whether this is it or not, I don't know. We'll ask Mel in a moment, but it's on my website right now. Thank you. Sorry about that, Terra server. All right, we've got one Terra server image, which says it's covering an area about 5 miles southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. Does that sound right?
That's about the neck of the woods we're talking about.
Well, in this neck of the woods, there's one great big white blotted out area where I presume were I to be able to see it, and it does look like a very interesting area, actually.
Oh, yeah.
There would be Mel's Hole somewhere there, huh?
Yeah, that I think that blotch over there covers like a 4 mile by 8 mile area.
My goodness.
But
what a blotch.
Isn't that something?
Yes, isn't
my nephew told me about that, and I said, well, you son of a gun.
Well, he's right. We've got it up on the website right now. People can go take a look for themselves. So now we have pinned down, better than ever before, the area where Mel's Hole actually is. Thank you, Mel. That's damn good research.
Oh, by the way, not too far from there on the highway that goes to Yakima. I think it's 84 or 85.
Yes.
There's a rest stop. And I had a lot of reports from a lot of people that if they look towards the Monastash, they will see the black beam of light. They have seen it. I have had truckers, I've had people in town say, that's where I was looking towards it, and I saw the flash of black light.
Well, now, maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military boot prints and all kinds of information that would indicate the military, in fact, had been there or was there.
Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks in the ground.
Yep.
You name it, it was there. But my nephew coughed that little piece of information up for me, and I thought I'd pass that along to our listeners.
Well, wait till people get a load of this.
And they can ask, why is it that pretty innocuous? I mean, from all intents and purposes, there's not a military base right there.
Well, who knows?
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Not an obvious one.
Very close to my property there was the Yakima firing range. And I will tell you that they have expanded the area of the Yakima firing range and also expanded the fly zone over it correspondingly.
Isn't this also interesting?
It's all there.
Well, all right. Earlier in the program, before you got on, Mel, somebody fast blasted me, and I consider this a really good question.
Okay.
It is, what are the odds of any single one person finding 2 apparently bottomless or endless holes in one lifetime? The odds against that have got to be gazillions to 1. But then
yeah. In fact, so you can't even consider odds.
That's right. So outlandish. And oh, by the way, one other thing before we even get to that, Richard Hoagland called at the top of the hour. And said, you know what, Art, you're right. Normal time travel could not explain what he just talked about, but there is one thing that could.
And that is?
A parallel universe. That is to say, a universe in which similar things occurred, but with very different outcomes. And a lot of our best scientific minds now, Mel, are saying that, indeed, that could very well be the case. There could be a universe in which the Nazis won the war. And so there could be a universe in which the dime that you came to be in possession of on that property.
So the B on it might have stood for Berlin.
There you go. Oh, my God, Berlin. B, I forgot about that. All right, listen, anyway.
So there we are, and the only thing, a few things I will add to this, just to get us current, okay?
Yes.
Is that I had reports from some of my trucker buddies. One said he delivered a huge quantity of fiber optic cable.
Really?
To a warehouse in Ellensburg. Now, okay, I don't know. We're talking a huge quantity to a warehouse.
Now, let's see, what might they want to do with fiber optics?
But he told me that all the guys that were there, that were in the office there and at the warehouse where he had to unload this stuff, they were all Israelis.
What?
They were all Israelis.
Now, it's really going to tick me off if the Israelis have our hole.
Well, this is what he told me.
I mean, that is our hole. It's a U.S. hole.
It's on our land here.
That's right.
But he said that the people that took delivery of that
were Israelis.
Now, I talked with another trucker. I love the truckers. The truckers are...
I can tell.
I love them.
They're good guys, I know.
Oh, they're the best in the world.
They are. They actually are.
Delivered, apparently, to the same warehouse, a number of crated instruments, large crated instruments from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory.
Oh, gee.
California, ended up in a warehouse facility in Ellensburg. So that's pretty much where I am with Ellensburg. I told you about the coin. I told you about the deliveries.
Yes.
Pretty much up to date.
Now it suddenly brings the whole belt buckle thing down in San Fran into focus. My God, that's incredible, man. That's incredible.
I mean, you know, it's funny, Art. You look at some things and you don't put two and two. You say it's a dime. I mean, I told you about it. It's a 1943 Roosevelt dime.
Yeah.
What the heck? That's a dime. What are you going boo-hoo about your dime? Until you realize,
well, it
then.
Finally all drove it home to me. All right.
Again, that was me too. I had these things in my hand. I did little soldering around them and stuff. I mean,
sure.
So don't feel bad.
All right. Now let in view of time here.
Okay, let's move this forward.
Let's. You connected, obviously, because I guess of the plants that you grow, the herbs and all the rest of it, with Native Americans, right?
Yeah, and all I'm going to tell you about them, I don't want to give the name of the tribe because I don't want a bunch of people running down to me there. These are very poor people. As you know, a lot of the Indians on the reservation are very poor people.
Now, this is in Nevada, right?
In Nevada.
Okay. Here in my state.
And there are tribes up there that...
Well, because of the kind of work you did, the metallic work you did in belt buckles and the herbs you grow, I can easily understand the connection you would have with some Native Americans. So you connected with these Native Americans.
Well, they connected with me. They actually contacted me through email.
Oh.
And said, look, would you be interested in coming down and discussing with us, what you're doing, the research that you're doing, and, talk about, I have believe me, Art, I have no commercial interest in this at all, but they do.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay?
Fine.
There's not going to be a patented bottle of Mel's magic elixir here, okay?
Okay, fine.
This is their thing. But we swap notes. We talked around a lot, And there are some specific.
They knew who you were because of my program and
because of the
press
show,
coverage, and okay.
So I went down there, and this was in early September of last year.
Oh, okay.
So this was actually before 9/11.
Right.
Okay, but shortly before that.
Early September.
I was pretty much incommunicado basically during that whole time, and strangely enough, so a lot of this stuff is news to me.
All right.
So, we're over there, and they had done a lot of good work. They had cataloged a lot of plants. We talked plants. I'm sure all this plant stuff is boring. And I asked them if they knew, and I told them, I said the plants that seemed to work the best were the plants that I had been growing on my property, and I described to them which ones they were. And
this was the hole near Washington, right?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. And
so obviously you unraveled the story of the hole to them.
Well, they were aware. They were
all right.
Too.
All right.
And so I says, can you, in your gathering and in your research and your studies, have you found this specific variety? And I said, because this was the variety that grew by the property. And that's where I ended up at the second hole, is because they took me directly to, not for the hole in particular.
Well, then it's obvious to me that they knew your reputation.
Right.
They knew the whole story of the hole, and the real motivation for inviting you down there, aside from the herbs and the rest of it, was that they had a hole of their own.
Well, the hole itself, and we're going to get into the hole, I guess, deeply, for lack of a better term, but...
now you're guilty.
I'm sorry, Art. But basically, the hole is not on their property.
Okay.
I mean, basically their connection, to get from the reservation or where the Indians are to the hole is they know
but
where it is.
You're telling me this hole is in my state?
In the state of Nevada.
In the state of, oh my God. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if you looked at the picture of where the Monastache is in Washington, and
right.
try to find similar pictures in Nevada, you probably find it there too.
We have very similar looking terrain. To
it
be
really
sure.
is. That's why I love the high desert. That's my kind of land. But anyway, so I'm up there, and this land is used by members of the Basque, BASQUE community.
All right.
The Basque are interesting people, and they basically came out to your state and a couple of other states, basically for raising sheep, of all things.
Okay.
And so they are shepherds, and so I am introduced to what is now the second hole.
All right. Tell me about this. I mean, they took you to it.
They took me there. I did not go all the way up to the hole, but there was conversations between the Native Americans and the Basque and the blah blah blah, and they basically agreed that everything was as it should be. That I wasn't from CNN or the FBI or the CIA or whatever.
Right.
And so I went there, and I got to see the hole. Now,
all right. What's there?
What it is that if you walking up to it, and first of all, this is in a fairly pristine area, okay? So there's like no real signs of civilization around there. There's no roads leading into it. There's no telephone wires, nothing like that. I mean, we're talking pristine area.
Right.
No signs of, except for their habitation, no signs of habitation.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're walking up to it, and what you see sticking out of the ground is the hole itself is the same dimension as the one in Ellsberg. It's
wow.
Wide.
9 feet in diameter?
9 feet in diameter. This one had a metal collar around it.
A metal collar?
Solid metal collar.
That rose from
about 2 feet high and about 2 feet deep. Metal collar, and it had some notches in it that you could look like, in my estimation, you could mate something with it, to lock it in place. And it could possibly have been like a locking collar.
You mean something was, in other words, it looked like something intended to lock to it from above?
Exactly. Something would be lowered onto it and locked into place.
Okay.
But the Basque tell me
that this property or this hole here has been there for all of their experience, and they have been there since the 1800s. Just the way it is, but the same hole. On not their land. They don't own this land, Art. This is probably government, U.S. government land.
Well, the majority of land here in Nevada is BLM.
Well, exactly.
Bureau of Land Management.
It's not, they don't own it. They use the land. You know, they graze sheep, blah, 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 that sort of thing.
And how long have they known of this hole? Do you know?
Well, again, the one fellow I know says he knew this from when he was a young man, and he was well into his late 80s, and so he knew it from probably for the last 70 years.
All right, because of what you did, we know a lot, at least quite a bit about your hole up in near Ellensburg. But
yes.
This hole, what do we know about this hole other than its diameter?
It's the diameter, and apparently it is lined with that same metal as far as you can see.
You're kidding.
It is solidly lined as far as you can see.
So this is not a natural hole by any stretch.
There's nothing natural about this hole at all. Nothing.
Can you tell what kind of metal it is?
No, but I'll tell you one thing, and it was kind of an accident. But I dropped the box wrench on it.
Right.
You know, on the ledge.
Yes.
Made no noise.
No noise
whatsoever. You know, you drop a box wrench on a metal floor.
Clank.
Clank. Nothing. You know, we repeat the experiment. Clank. Nothing. It makes no... You could pound on that thing with a sledgehammer, and it won't make noise. Okay?
Oh, Mel.
This is what I'm telling you about right now, is that this one here is so different from the one that I had in Ellensburg. Like, totally different. Mostly because of this metal around it. But
well, when you touch the metal, does it feel metallic? Is it cold as metal?
Oh, this wow, this is interesting because a lot of the fellows that are there, and there's 5 of us that towards the end of it, and it started with 2 and we ended up with 5. But what they say when they're up there, even in the wintertime, they can put their tent and sleeping bag right up against it, keep them nice and warm.
Warm?
Yes, it keeps them nice and warm, but it is not hot. It's not like a fire hot. But the metal itself over there
radiates.
I don't even know how to describe it there.
In other words, if you touch it with your hand, is it hot, or does it just produce radiant heat that?
There is heat around it, but it itself is not hot. How does that sound?
Oh, this is really weird, Mel.
So they are, that's what that's the thing there, and so we have this hole in there, and again, from my understanding, they have known about that hole up there. It's it has been known since the 1800s. It has been known exactly the way it is. I can tell you that some of the people that I talked with towards the end of everything on my way back said it was a spiritual site for them up there. I asked the native...
Spiritual site. All right, hold it right there, Mel. Good cliffhanger point, so to speak. Sorry about that. Mel Waters is my guest, and we're beginning to hear about a second hole, oh my goodness, right here in Nevada.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
All right, Mel has confirmed one thing for us. We found the image on the Terra server that Mel refers to that has a big white square exactly where Mel's hole would be in Washington. Now, Mel is connected with Native Americans here in my state, in Nevada, and the Basques, and they've led him to this second well, covered with metal. It's got a metal collar all the way around it, and get this, folks, going all the way down inside the well. The metal continues as far as the eye can see, or as they have been able to thus far detect. More in a moment. Coming up on Thursday, by the way, I've got Jan Lambert here, who's an advocate of the hollow earth theory. And that may in some way relate to what we're talking about tonight. I have no idea. We'll find out. In the meantime, Mel, so you've got this metal around the hole, about, you said, a foot or two high.
2 feet high, 2 feet
high.
wide.
And 2 feet wide. And the hole is 9 feet in diameter. And as far as you can see, the metal continues down. This is no geographic hole. This is no volcano vent. Or if it is, it's been modified by somebody.
Well, if it's been modified, I'm going to say long before the technology that we know of today.
To do it. Mm-hmm. And it looks like there was something that should be latching to this hole from above. I'm going to call the thing on top of collar, okay? And that's we'll call it the collar, all right.
And it looked like there's notches in it, and it looked like you could lock something into place, or line something up in it.
Gotcha.
It didn't move. I mean, the whole thing was solid. It's solid metal. But there are places where there are notches in it, and something is meant to orient, my opinion.
All right. What did the Basques or the Native Americans tell you about what they knew of the depth of this hole? In other words, I'm sure they've thrown things into it or have experimented with trying to find out how deep it is or something, right?
Well, actually, they didn't do anything with lowering line it or anything to it, but they did relate to me the same phenomenons as that I had described. One, the fear of animals going by it. Their dogs won't do it. Nothing. They have nothing to do with it there. They too have spoken of the black beam. They've spoken of that.
What do you mean black beam?
From time to time, black beam. This is a contradiction, but a black beam of light, okay, comes from the hole. It lasts for a very short time, but it just goes directly up into the sky.
And when you look at it, it looks like a black beam. In other words, as opposed to a lighted sky.
If you had a flashlight and it was capable of throwing off a black, not a black light like we used to have back in the 60s, you know, with all that stuff, but black, solid black.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's what. There's no way to describe it. There's no. I am one of the few people that I've had other people tell me about it. I have never personally witnessed the black beam.
You did perform some experiments on this hole, didn't you?
Okay, let me talk about the first one. And I'm not a scientist. I'm kind of a researcher. But the first thing that we did is we had a whole bunch of Safeway or 7-Eleven bags of ice. You know, the kind that you buy, and we had a couple bags of that. So we had put one in a bucket on the surface, and we lowered another bucket of ice into the hole, 1,500 feet.
1,500 feet?
Yeah, we had access to a nice winch and about that much. We only had 1,500 feet of line, and that's what we...
What was the idea of lowering ice into it?
Well, first of all, my curiosity is that I wanted to know, was it hot or cold down there?
Okay.
So we basically waited for the ice to melt about halfway on the surface, and then we would hoist up the.
I see. So your ice, you had test ice on the surface.
Yeah.
To see how that was melting. Oh, I got you.
Of your garden variety convenience store ice,
right.
That you buy anywhere, and nothing magic about it or anything like that.
Right.
And so we lowered it down there. We waited for the ice to melt on the surface there, and it got about half melty, So it was sitting in a bowl of in a bucket of water with a few bits of ice floating around. We brought it up, and the ice in the bucket did not melt.
It didn't melt.
It was not melted. So we said, this was on.
No, wait a minute. Now, the hole had been radiating in some strange way heat enough that people would camp by it.
Yeah, they did that in the wintertime.
But it doesn't melt ice?
It didn't melt the ice. It came up there. We looked in the bucket. We had ice cubes in there.
Did anything come back up with the ice cubes?
We had ice cubes. I reach in the bucket at ice cube. I pick one up there.
So in other words, nothing else, dirt, water, anything else?
No,
nothing else
the stuff appeared pretty much the way we had sent it down, with the exception of when I put my hand in the ice wasn't cold. Felt like ice.
What?
Wasn't cold. This is what I'm saying. It wasn't cold. You pick up a piece of ice, you put it in your hand.
It's cold.
It melts, and it's cold. In fact, it makes you cold by melting. That's how cold works.
Right.
Well, it didn't. It wasn't cold, and in the hand, it didn't melt.
So then, now they're more like blocks of glass.
Yeah, I would say so. But we said, okay, what we'll do here is we take this bucket and we'll stick it on the fire. We had a little place to cook there. Stick
the bucket with the unmelted ice.
Unmelted ice.
You put on a fire.
We put it on like our cooking fire there.
Okay.
We had a little table and cooking area and stuff over there, and so we put it on there, and the ice catches fire.
What?
The cubes catch fire, and I guess maybe catching fire might be the wrong word. That the ice, we took it off the fire right away, so we set it on the dirt, and the stuff in the bucket was still burning. And again, burning might not be the right thing. It was giving off heat.
Was there flame?
It was not so much a flame as a kind of have you ever used a gas stove?
Sure.
Okay. It was like the barest turning a gas stove on. It was like it was glowing like that last flicker before you turn it off completely. That's what it was like around all the cubes. And you could knock the cubes around and separate them, and each one of them, would exhibit the same properties.
Holy smokes!
I will tell you that this bucket, well, some of the bucket there is still sitting there, as far as I know today, still doing what it was doing the day we put it into the ground and brought it up.
So
this was September, and this is January now. That's how long it's been doing what I call burning. One guy took some of the stuff home. He put it in his wood stove. And, he's got a cabin out there, and, it gets damn cold where he is, and the thing has been keeping his place warm.
Yeah, in northern Nevada, it's very cold.
Oh,
so this is like giving off eternal heat? I'm not sure I've got this right.
It makes it look.
It was neutral when it came out of the well. It was neutral. In other words,
we put it on the fire. And it appeared, again, my terminology, this is very bad because
it acted like a fuel.
It will look like, if I understand combustion, it was like it was doing combustion in a different way than we would attribute combustion to, mixing air with fuel and creating heat and flame. It was doing kind of the same thing, is what I'd like to say. And it's been burning like that since, again, burning is the wrong word, but that's all I got for it. I don't know how to describe this process since early September. And again, a guy he took about a coffee can's worth of this stuff and took it home and put it in his wood stove in his cabin. No wood in there.
Yes.
And the thing has been going since then. Now, we have tried this experiment
of just the lowering of the bucket, because we figure we'd like to have a lot of this stuff here.
Oh, of course.
So, and sometimes we would go down there and we would get nothing. Sometimes we would get melted. Sometimes, not melted, but real ice. But every so often, this process duplicates itself. So we come up with the same thing, but it isn't like, every time you throw, you lower a bucket full of stuff there that
it's going to happen every time.
It doesn't happen every single time.
A quarter of the time? An eighth of the time?
I'd say 1 out of 3 times.
1 out of 3.
One out of 3, and I don't know if was the amount of time down there.
Do you possess any of this yourself?
I took nothing with me, Art. I would not. What is the word? This is theirs for now. Let's say for now, okay?
What about noise? At any point, did it make any noise?
No, we never during this process that we went through, it made no noise at all. It made no noise, and we did not notice anything from the surface, anything particularly unusual, okay, at all. I mean, there was, it's just, but...
Were there any markings on this metal that were discernible? In other words, anything marked or scratched in English or any other language?
Well, we went at it with a hacksaw blade. You couldn't hacksaw it.
You couldn't even dent it?
No. The metal itself, from what I can determine, and I mean, normally if you have a metal thing that's hollow, you could tap on it, and you would hear that it's hollow.
Right.
But with this thing here, if you're beating on it with like a tire iron, it doesn't make any noise. That doesn't give you a gauge as to whether it's hollow or not.
So it was absorbing probably all noise. I mean, there would have
maybe just sucking it up. Maybe it radiated into the ground. I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. All I know is what I could see with my own eyes, and hopefully by the end of tonight, maybe somebody will have some
answer.
Yes.
What did the locals believe about this hole?
Well.
I mean, you literally just got back from Nevada, tonight or yesterday?
Oh, no, this last week. I got home the night that you did the show as the repeat.
That's right. You told me. Okay.
And so it was one of those, it was probably Richard Hoagland say, one of those synchronous moments there where, I mean, I'm talking to this guy and he's talking to Mel Waters, and in the truck, and then I hear myself, and it's like, hey. I mean, so it was just too much, and so I had to get in touch with you.
Okay, well, again, what did these locals? What was the lore that they told you about the hole? What did
one of the older Basque men that I talked to, and this was practically as I was heading out of town, told me there was a very to him, he felt it was a very spiritual place, but he knew the thing from his youth, that it was there exactly the way it is. And he was in his late 80s, so I'm assuming he's known it for 70 years. So he's known it at least from the 30s, and from what he tells me, it's been there as long as the Basque had been in that part of the country, and that goes well into the 1800s. It has existed like that. To be honest, the Native Americans that I talked to were aware of it, but they did not want to deal with it. They did not want to interact with it. Is that a good word?
That's a word.
All they would do is pick some of the various plants that I needed that were in the general vicinity of it, because I wanted very specific ones that I had recommended, and they knew of them.
All right. Are they now growing some of these plants in the vicinity of this hole?
Well, some of those plants are there. They appear to be indigenous to the area, so they did harvest some, early on in the season there.
So then again, you saw similar vegetation around this hole to the one in Washington.
Well, that's why I asked them for, if they knew, I described to them what it was, and the shape of the things and, the size of the various, and they said, oh yeah, we know of that there, but in terms of why the entree, I assume that the Native Americans knew about this all along there. And I assume that they must have had some conversation with the Basque there that, would this be okay? Are you interested in this guy? Blah, whatever. And apparently there was no objection, so I have access to this property.
Well,
but I want to respect my access, okay?
What about an experiment, Mel, similar to the one you did in Washington, lowering some sort of line, or better yet, some sort of camera on the end of a line, or
we didn't do that between the Basque and the Native Americans and me. We don't have too many nickels to rub together, but I will tell you what we did do. One of the Basque kind of a wise acres, he wanted to lower some marijuana into the hole and see if it would improve its smokability.
So then it would be a pothole, right?
Well, I guess it could be. I hadn't thought of it that way, but he wanted to do that, and one guy wanted to be lowered into the hole himself.
Well, now, you see, in the hour preceding your
I heard that.
Oh, did you? Two people who would actually like to be lowered into such a hole. Now, I know that you believed in the powers of the hole in Washington to the degree that in the original agreement, now voided, I suppose, you were to be, upon your death, buried by being dropped into the hole, right?
How I wanted my remains to be dealt with, yes.
Now, that apparently is not going to happen because of subsequent events.
Oh, I've got another place to go now.
Would you really want... Yes, would you really want to be, I suppose, with some ceremony, dropped into the hole?
Hey, just give me a decent... I don't know what it is when you put someone in a hole. Is that interned or...
I don't know what you'd call that.
I don't know either. But one of these guys wanted to go into, literally, he wanted to be lowered into the hole. He wanted to, be put in a gondola or something and lowered, from the winch into the hole and go down as far as we had line, which again was 1,500 feet.
I can assure you, Mel, we could get sponsors for you who would get you all the line you need.
Hey, look, we talked them out of going into the hole because we said, look, see what it did to the ice?
That's a good point.
It says, we sent a bucket of ice down into this hole, and it's sitting up there on the surface burning. I mean, what are you made out of mostly?
Water.
Water. What's going to happen to a human being down there? What properties are going on over there? Yeah, they had... but I mean, the Basque are, as a race, are fearless. When the Moors invaded Spain, they refused to go into Basque country.
Okay, what did this man say his motivation was for wanting to go into the hole? I mean, obviously...
He was just a young, headstrong, in his probably late 20s, early 30s fellow that wanted to go into it. He said, this is going to be a great adventure. I want to go in here. I want to see what's going on. But he wasn't thinking with his brain.
Well, there are obviously a lot of people like that, Mel, because I had two of them in the first hour of the program, and they said they would love to be lowered into such a hole. This one, if anything, this one sounds more attractive.
Well, we determined to do, and I'm ashamed to admit it, is that we decided to lower a sheep.
Really?
To the hole.
Really?
A living sheep.
You did?
Into the hole. We had a crate, the sheep could fit into that we could attach the cables to, and we're going to take the sheep, stick them in the crate, and then lower them down, to the 1,500-foot level, because that's all we had.
Like the ice.
Yeah, that's all we had. We had enough line basically to go that far, and was stout enough to handle. I'm not no sheep guy, but I could pick up a sheep, so it must weigh about 120, 150 pounds. Well, so I guess about the size of a small human, wouldn't you say?
I would, 150 pounds, you said?
For sheep.
Yeah, I would say that's about size.
I'm no sheep expert, but, if I had to say how much does that sheep look like a weigh, about 150, 125 pounds. Anyway,
are you telling me you did this?
I'm telling you that we, first.
All right. I tell you what. Don't say a word. Good place to hang everybody up. Be sure they're here next hour. Did he really lower a sheep 1,500 feet into the endless hole?
Hey, life, look at me. I can see the real sky. But when you shook me, took me out of my world, I woke up. Suddenly I just woke up to the happening. When you find that you left the future behind, but when you got a tender love that don't take care of, then you better beware of the happening. One day you're up, one day you're up, you turn around, you find your world, it's tumbling down. Monday, so good to me. Monday morning, it was all I hoped it would be. Oh, Monday morning couldn't guarantee that Monday evening you would still be here with me. Monday, can't trust that day.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the wildcard line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. Mondays can be pretty strange. Tuesdays, obviously, as well. And Wednesday mornings, early, definitely. My guest is Mel Waters of Mel's Hole fame, and now we've got a new hole. And this one's really something. And something about a sheep coming up in a moment. All right, just about to get back to Mel Waters, and he had brought up the subject of a sheep, which apparently they were considering lowering 1,500 feet into the hole. Now, we were having fun last week with Mel's Hole, talking about it a little bit. We knew he was going to be on. And somebody said, well, why not toss a cat down Mel's Hole and see what happens? Now, of course, I'm a cat lover, and so this is not cruelty, because nobody is seriously suggesting tossing a cat down Mel's Hole, but some very creative person with a sound blaster and some talent and a little manipulation created what it would sound like if a cat were to be tossed into Mel's Hole. It's meant, obviously, as pure comedy. This is not actually a cat being tossed into Mel's Hole, but here is the way he represented it would sound. It's the second one that gets me, not the first one. The first one is pretty good, as you hear the sort of the echo of the cat disappearing down the hole. It's the second little one. There he goes. That was what somebody thought it would sound like, Mel.
Oh, my goodness.
Anyway, so you decided that you would lower a sheep 1,500 feet down as low as the ice had gone into the hole.
Well, we had decided that we were going to take the sheep and put them in a crate and lower them into the hole. We led the sheep to the hole, and it just started freaking out. I mean, we didn't make
like every other animal.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like totally
not happy.
It was not happy, and I I have a lot of respect for animals, and it's amazing what animals really know. and what they send.
Well, you're right about that. And so if it was terrified of...
It was terrified, so the bass got the sheep away from the hole, and again, a lot of what I'm going to say now, I am thoroughly ashamed of,
That's all right. Just give us the raw truth.
He basically stunned the sheep by knocking it between the eyes. Got into the crate, got the cable and line hooked up to it, so it was all securely attached. And
right,
just about when we got to the hole, the sheep just started making horrible noises. So he stunned it, but he didn't kill the sheep. Okay, he just knocked it out.
Yeah.
So it was live when it went in the box, and then it stirred when it got to the hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was just making the worst god-awful noises. We were getting it about ready to let it go into the hole.
Yeah.
And,
even though it had been hit in the head?
It stirred by the time we got it crated up into the crate. There was enough room for it to lie down, and I guess if it wanted to, it could stand up. I don't know. Again, this is not pleasant to talk about, but we take the sheep, and it's screaming and just the most piercing, horrible, ghastly noises coming out of this crate until we get it right over where we're going to let it into the hole, and then everything just stops, dead silent. There's not a sound coming out of that box.
Yeah.
There's movement coming out of the box. You can still tell.
But no sound.
There's no sound anymore.
Well, there's something about this hole and sound, isn't there?
I guess we will make that assumption. And so we started winching this sheep down into the hole, and you could feel from the line as we're lowering it, the thing is struggling, fighting. I don't know if it's screaming down there, but we're not hearing this thing screaming. And I think we got about halfway down into the hole, and it was about to say 700 feet, and then the any movement that might have been coming from the crate, we couldn't
feel it anymore.
No, we couldn't feel anything. So I don't know, at 700 feet or so, about half the line, what happened over there. When we got to at this point here, the original experiment with the ice, we were kind of nonchalant about it. We just kind of lowered it down there. Well, with this one here, we were all gathered around the top of the hole there, looking in, seeing what's going on.
Very apprehensive.
This is a serious business here. When we hit the bottom, we felt up there. We felt like a vibration on the collar at a point in time when it was down there, and it's kind of hard to describe.
Well, what do you mean when you hit the bottom?
When we hit the bottom of the rope, the cable line assembly that we had.
You mean when it was all the way played out?
Yeah, when we got there, we felt, and it vibrated, or it felt like a vibration, and sort of like a staticky electricity type kind of feeling. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That we could feel up there.
Yeah.
And so we got it down to 1,500 feet, and we left it there for about a half an hour. And then we decided to bring it back up.
Right, sure.
So we're hoisting this thing up here, cranking away, getting this thing up on there, and it's kind of a job. So we finally get up to the surface, and we got the box out of there, and the one thing we notice is there isn't any movement in the box. Okay, there's no box. We get the box there, and but the box from the outside looked pretty normal. It didn't look like some weird transformation had occurred or anything.
Right.
Oh, I wanted to describe to you how we're going to tell you about the ice that came up that didn't melt.
Right.
What it felt like. You get a lot of electronic equipment, and you get those do not eat packets.
Oh, yes.
The desiccant.
Yes.
You ever take the desiccant out of the packet?
No, never.
No? Well, if you take it out there and you feel the desiccant between your fingers, that's kind of what it felt like. That's the best thing I could describe it at. I had that sort of... You try it someday, and
right.
you'll...
Yeah, I've always just thrown those away.
Oh, well, you don't eat them, obviously.
No.
Okay, so I just struck me there that, I'm trying to describe this thing in the detail that I can, and so I just led back to the desiccant. But we open up the crate, and the sheep is dead. It looks like a sheep. Okay, it looks like a normal sheep over there, and
it's dead.
It's dead. There's no sign of life. You poke at it. There's nothing going on with this sheep here. He's dead. Well, I'm saying here, but that's a generic he. And I don't know from sheep. Okay, you can show me a sheep, I can't tell what it is.
Gotcha. Me either.
Okay. But we take it out of the box, and one of the Basques lays it on the table that we have over there, and he is going to dissect the sheep.
Oh.
Now, on the outside, the sheep looked just fine. That the hair, that the wool, whatever a sheep has, looks fine. Look like we said that the sheep looked like how he looked when we sent him into the hole.
Minus a bump on the head, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, and he stirred from that. But he started cutting into the sheep, and it looked like the sheep had been cooked. It was the flesh was hot underneath. When he started cutting through the sheep here, it looked like the sheep had been cooked.
Oh my!
Now these Basque guys, they're pretty good at butchering a sheep there, and they know their way around a sheep, and so they pretty much can butcher and they know what to expect when you open up a sheep.
Right.
So. We got the sheep on this table that we eat at, and this guy's cutting the sheep open here, and he gets it so he can look inside and see the internal organs, like he's going to eviscerate the sheep.
Right.
Except they're not what we expected.
What do you mean?
It looks like there was gel in the cavity there, and something that looked like this huge tumor. And almost taking up the entire length of the body cavity.
Oh, Mel.
I mean, it's pretty hideous.
Oh God.
I didn't. I'm getting kind of sick. I get kind of sick thinking about this thing too. But I was getting kind of sick when I was there, so I wasn't as close to all of this as I would want to be if I was a scientific observer. But there's this huge tumor taking up most of where the internal organs would be, so forth, the heart, the lungs, with whatever parts the sheep comes with, they weren't there.
And what are these Basque guys who are doing this saying at this point?
Well, some of them are muttering plenty of expletives over here, and they're freaked out there. And I remember saying, "See, I told you didn't want to go into that hole."
That's right. And the two guys who volunteered in my first hour are probably rethinking it right now, too.
Well, if they want to collect on some life insurance, fine, go for it.
That's what one of them said, yeah.
Anyway, so we got this gel, and the guy's good with a knife here, and he kind of is able to get the tumor out of this thing here.
Yeah?
And I say it's about as big as the sheep's cavity, I don't know, 2 feet long.
In other words, the tumor was almost taking up the entire inside of the... Oh, ugh.
Okay, so you got this tumor, and we could see that the tumor had some movement to it.
What?
Yes, it had movement to it, and I'm going to describe it like a heart beating.
Oh.
There's not a beating of a heart, just like a pulsing from this tumor.
A pulsing tumor. Oh, my God, Mel.
So we get to the point where we got this tumor out there, and, he's working on trying to cut it open. It's like really a tough thing to cut into, but he was finally able to get into it.
Yeah.
And, boy, I'm going to tell you here, he opens it up there, and inside this tumor is what it appeared to be a fetal seal. Like
a fetal what?
Seal, like a pinniped, a thing that lives in the ocean that balances balls on his nose.
Yes.
It's about 18 inches long. It's got the flippers on it, and it looks like a little seal. It looks just like your basically your little seal.
except it had what, and I don't know, I don't want people to freak out, but it had what looked to me like human eyes. Like a human being.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what like cat eyes look like?
Oh, yeah.
You know what dog eyes look like?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what seal eyes look like, but I know what human eyes look like.
Sure you do.
And this thing looks like it had human eyes. And the thing was alive, but it was connected to the tumor, like with this umbilical cord.
Holy mackerel, Mel.
And we could see the seal moving his eyes, and it was, I'm calling it a seal, okay, but I have no idea what the heck this thing is, okay? I'm calling it a seal. But it's opening its eyes, it's closing it, the flippers are moving, it's still connected to its tumor there. And then we noticed, and I noticed, that it seemed to be studying us. It seemed to be looking at us. That was the feeling I got. It seemed to be regarding us while we were looking at it. And so that's the feeling I got off of this seal. And then this thing separated from the tumor without our assistance, because we thought, well, maybe we'll cut this thing free.
Right there on the table.
It's right there, and it moved about a little on the table.
Yeah.
You know, so we're all standing back at that point because this thing is loose. You know,
I'd be way back.
And you know, we're watching this seal, and again, that's the only way I could describe it because it looked like a seal to me.
Human eye.
And then I felt, well, I just felt I was in the presence of something extraordinary, something beyond extraordinary, something like, I don't know. I'm not a religious man, but it felt in that category of having a religious thing there. This was just such a stunning thing to witness.
Well, something that far from our understanding would appear to be magic or religion or whatever you want to call it, I'm sure. Yeah, so what God's name happened to this thing?
Well, we left it there, and it began to, you know, it just kind of looked at us there, and, you know, one of the Basques suggested we kill it, you know, and, you know, just kind of club it, and unfortunately, and, but, you know...
Is that what they did?
No, basically cooler heads prevailed. The thing was moving around on a table, and it finally moved to the edge of the table.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of like struggling, but it got to the edge of the table.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to fall off.
Right.
So I go up to it at this point, because I'm just like out of my head with I don't know what I'm in the presence of. And it looked directly at me when I got up to it, and it seemed, you know, it seemed to have a contact with me. And I got this compelling feeling to pick it up and place it on the ground. And I did that. I took this thing and I put it on the ground by a table.
Yeah.
And my hands were slimy from the seal, because it had like this goo that was not only in the cavity, but also inside the tumor. And I'm just calling it a tumor because I have no vocabulary for this.
Right.
And I just moved my hands past my face before I decided to wipe them off on the rag at the table there.
Right.
And it smelled like ozone.
Like ozone?
Smells like?
Ozone. Of course I do, yes.
That's what it smelled like when because I thought it would be some like sort of weird organic-y smell.
Yeah.
You know, some sort of like disgusting, I just thought it would smell disgusting. It smelled like ozone.
Okay.
So this thing is lying on the ground, and we're all looking at this thing here, and it's like looking at each of us in turn.
In other words, intelligently.
Yes. Yes. We must have been there just absolutely transfixed by this, I'll call it a creature now, for like 2 hours.
What was it doing during those 2 hours? I mean, it
studying each one of us.
It wasn't moving around that much?
Just its head. Because we had gathered, well, this is cowardly, but a safe distance away from it, but not too safe, you know. So we could easily see it, and it could easily see us. Because at this point here, even the bravest Basque were like, you know, kind of freaked out.
I'd have been long gone, Mel.
Well, again, the Basque are great.
All right, well,
no fear.
Hold it right there, Mel. Here's this thing on the ground now. Not moving around much, but carefully studying each and every one of them, who have by now retreated to a safe distance. That's where we'll pick up when we get back. I'm Art Bell.
In the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Well, I knew that Mel had found another hole, but I didn't know anything about all of this. This is incredible. Pretty freaky stuff. A number of questions from Mel. We'll try and get to the phones in this last half hour. Everybody stay right where you are. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Mel Waters. So here's this thing staring at each and every one of you, examining you, obviously intelligent in some way, and it looks like a seal, not like a sheep at all.
Nothing like a sheep.
Yeah, that came out of this godforsaken tumor that was in this thing. What happened?
Well, I got the seal, and he's on the ground. He waddles around a little bit in the direction of the hole, and then he just sort of is watching us some more, and we're sort of kind of at a safe distance, but we kind of encroach upon a little bit there, and I'm telling the Basque, hey, you're the big brave Basque here, don't be afraid of this thing here. I'm just just an ordinary old guy here. We went up to it there, and it just looked at us here, and the look that it was giving us was, the only way I can describe it, it was like the most compassionate look that I'd ever seen from any face.
Mm-hmm.
It just, the way the eyes were looking and feeling this, and so some amount of time elapsed, and the little seal there starts to waddle again towards the hole, and I get this feeling that it wants to go up on the ledge, on the collar.
Right.
So I pick it up in my hands and I set it right there on there. It moves around a little bit, and then at this point we're pretty comfortable with this thing. I am, and my comrades there are pretty comfortable with it. I mean, we're not like freaked out anymore like we were, and maybe it's just we're over the shock, or maybe we are in shock. But that look that was giving us, it didn't seem like an evil thing or a horrible thing. It seemed like,
I'm sure you were in some state of shock.
Yeah. So it's up there, and then it moves around. I don't know how. Maybe an hour. He's on it
is on the ledge.
The collar. It looks at us. It actually nodded at us. It made like a slow nod, and he turned around and went back into the hole. At this point, we were close to it, so we watched him go all the way down as far as we could see, and we didn't have high-powered lights or anything, so no sound, nothing like that. It
into the hole, and that was it.
Into the hole, and so we were all just moved, just drained. I'm drained telling you this, Art, because it is such an enormous thing to go through.
You realize it sounds like an unbelievable tale from Alien or something. I mean, it sounds...
Well, I don't know what it sounds like. You know, all I can do now is to relay it, and then just try to stand back from it.
All right, question for you, Mel. Does anybody have any photographs of this hole?
I went up there from the natives to the hole. I basically camped at that property.
Right.
I didn't come and go. No one came and go. We had what we had over there. And so we didn't bring photographs. Personally, I didn't want to, I thought to myself, look, this would be great. We get this all on film, on video, whatever.
Right.
But I did not want to encroach upon what they had, and if they came to me and said, look, Mel, why don't we go to town, go home, get our stuff, and try to video, fine, I would have said that, but I was not going to broach the subject with them. I mean, I did, I mean, to me, it was an enormous privilege to go where I'd gone at that point.
Are you likely to go back to the hole?
Yes.
You're going to?
I will. I will let you know that we at first we decided, we thought we would bury the sheep's carcass and the tumor.
Yeah.
We still had that, and we decided it was just best to take the whole thing and put everything back into the hole where it all came from.
Yeah.
So I just, we just let it be. We had a tarp on we just dumped the whole everything back into the hole where it came from. I didn't know what else to do. We thought about burying it, and it just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't seem right. That I thought it would. And so that's what we did. I want to tell you something that is I believe related to this experience.
All right.
And that is, prior to going to Nevada, and this was in late August, I was diagnosed with a particularly lethal form of esophageal cancer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This was a like the kind that you have 6 months to live, but, they're just telling you that. That there's, like nothing they can do, but it was very fast growing. And one of the reasons I came back here was to see the same doctor, because I started feeling a lot better. And my last examination with the doctor finds me cancer-free. I can't explain it.
Then you could document this, right? Because
he had because they had whatever stuff diagnosing the cancer, and I went back to the doctor, and they could find no evidence of any cancer.
Is it your feeling that your proximity to the hole or something about the hole changed this?
I think it was the seal.
The seal?
I think it was the seal.
The seal?
I described this thing as this huge tumor. And that's what I had. But I described it as a tumor because that was the only vocabulary I had to describe it with.
Gotcha.
And I handled this.
Well, that's right, you did.
And I smelled the ozone from it, and it just, the look that it gave me, there was something going on. I can't say, look, I was communing with the seal and I was, had this conversation with this seal. No, I can't say that. But what I can say is that I had this feeling of such incredible compassion from this seal that ultimately went back into the hole. We just said, that was it.
And what was the conversation like after all this was over, Mel? Between the Basques and the Native Americans and yourself.
Okay. Well, first of all, the Basques that I were with, they were young guys. Okay. And I think before this, kind of your kind of shiftless sort of characters, partiers and all of that, and they were like just profoundly moved. I mean, they were just had stuff going on in their mind after that they had been to another place, another time, anything. Their reality had been all changed. Now, I had the opportunity before I left Nevada to speak right before I left. I went back into civilization and spoke with a Basque elder.
Yes.
And this was the elderly fellow that I was referring to that told me some of the history of that he was in there, he remembered it from being a young man, and he described it to me and all of this stuff here. And we had because his thing was he himself would go there to that area for spiritual connection, that there was something very spiritual, very primal that was going on. He was a tough guy to talk to in some ways because he was more schooled in Basque than he was in English, but he got English out enough for me to understand. And so we talked actually at great length about the meaning of this. We did have some of the Native American people that I was work with at that particular thing, because it was kind of like a party sort of atmosphere out there. We were drinking what they like to drink, and and eating the good Basque food and all of that. And it was a good experience there to kind of decompress from all of this. And so, but he could not relate to me any experience like what we had, except he knew. He almost expected what it was that I was telling him. He just totally, firmly, completely believed what it was that I was telling him. There was no surprise to him at all in this thing here. I got this really old Basque guy there, and he's just taking all this in stride and nodding, and
Yeah.
So he knows there's something enormous of great enormity there, and my goal is to go back. I have agreed to work with the people I was working with the herbs and live amongst them and spend some time with the tribal members and some time with the Basque and spend it. And
are you going to do anything else with the hole itself?
With the one in Nevada?
Yes.
Well, I'm at this point. I don't know what we're going to do. I come back. I'm overjoyed that I'm cancer free. I felt so good after that experience that I knew something happened to my body. So I was glad to get back and have it confirmed that the doctor said yes. But I do plan to go back. I do plan to study it. I hope to be a better human being about this and not send innocent animals into it or what have you. That to me, I guess I still can't believe that I allowed that to happen, but I did,
Well, I appreciate your telling the story straight out this way. That's the only way to do it.
That's the only way to do it, and I got to tell you, I'm not selling a book.
Obviously.
I don't have a newsletter.
Right.
There are no Mel's Hole T-shirts, Mel's Hole.
Not that you produced anyway. I think.
Well, nothing that I have done. There are no Mel's Hole diaper pails or anything like that. I mean, to me,
Mel's Hole diaper pail. Who thought that one up?
Well, I mean, they will commercialize everything in the world, and I have no part of this. This has been just an extraordinary ride for me. Okay, it's been like nothing I could have ever imagined in anyone's life. To go where I've been, to be where I was, to go up, to go down, to be in the presence of such an amazing thing. And my only goal is to leave a permanent record of what happened.
Well, how closely are you willing to identify the location of this new hole?
Well,
just northern Nevada, is that?
I'm going to put it there. I don't want the the tribal people up there to be overwhelmed by people, rushing out of Reno to get up there and
right, which they would,
and doing all of that. I am going to go back.
Do you think you could politely approach the Basque and, without identifying the specific area, get photographs?
If I feel comfortable, I will do that. I will also at this point, and I just have a little bit of what I have that happened in my Nevada experience left, but I know we're running out of time, is that anyone that can help me understand some of these things, if they can send an email to me, I'd appreciate it.
All right. You have an email address, right?
Yeah. It's Mel Waters.
Right.
At ATTBI, that's like ball igloo, BI, ATTBI.com.
That's Mel Waters at ATT, that's Tom, right. B as in boy, I as in India, ATTBI.com, right?
Right, and
Mel Waters at ATTBI.com. What is it you want?
I cannot promise, like a whole, like to maintain a dialogue with people, but
well, what do you want?
There are other people out there that have had any type of understanding of this that can make some sense to me, that knows what's going on. I'm going to listen with fascination to your program on the Hollow Earth business.
Yes.
Because that's something I don't know about, but I sure like to know.
Well, there may be a relationship, obviously.
And so that I'm going to look at.
But I mean, what do you want in email? Do you want some support? Do you want?
Yes.
You're going to get media contacts.
What I really want is just the people that have good, serious opinions about this, that understand some of this. That I described a lot of things that occurred. I don't understand any of them. I only described them. I mean, going back to what I started with, talking about Ellensburg and bringing it up to today.
Yeah, I get it.
I'll put it out.
You want somebody who might understand all of this,
and that may have been studying these types of matters, that have had theories, whatever. That's good. But I'm going to be away from civilization for a good part of time, so it's going to be difficult, because I'm going to be going back probably mid-February, mid-March, somewhere in that timeline, and then I'm going to go up there for a period of time. I'll probably give you another contact when I get back to some sort of civilization, probably from Nevada, but I probably will get in touch with you again.
Okay. By all means, Mel, please try and see if they will allow you, I mean, without identifying the area, just to get some kind
you just want like a photo?
Some kind of photographic evidence, yeah.
Now I'm going to be afraid that people are going to be scouring that terror server now that I get that out there.
Well, they probably will.
I want to bring the final thing, because we were talking about the Basque elder that I was talking to. And it was a very profound experience for me to talk with him. And though he was not that much older than me, I felt that he was a great deal older than me.
Wiser.
Beyond that. So I know I could respect that. But we were sitting, there and talking well into the night, drinking that good Basque drink that they like to drink and all that good stuff.
Yes.
And he got tired and he was going to retire for the night. And he took my hand, to clasp it. And in my hand, he put something in my hand when he was leaving.
Yes.
And he closed my hand.
Yes.
And he just told me, put that away. So he said, put that away. So I just, put it in my pocket and sat around talking with his family. And someone said, aren't you going to look at what, the great-grandfather gave you?
Uh-huh.
And I said, oh, okay. And so I take it out of my pocket, and it's a 1943 Roosevelt dime. They told me he had found a similar packet of Roosevelt dimes.
Oh, my God.
Up there in Nevada, Chinese red envelope. And they said, and I said to him, you know how valuable this thing is? I said, you know what this would sell at a coin auction? They said, no, you have to have it. You need to have this.
Do you have it now?
I have it. It's in my hand as we speak.
How about a photograph of that mill?
If I can scan a 1943 dime,
yeah,
you will have it.
Or get somebody who's got a really good quality digital camera, go to the macro setting and take a very close photograph of it.
Close up. But
can you do that?
I will do everything I can to do that.
You know my email address, right?
Yes, we can do that, and but that's what he left me with, and he said to me that it was very, very, very important, or they told me because they finished the rest of it. Told me this is something I had to have. Now I hadn't told them anything. In fact, outside the fellow in Ellensburg, no one else knew about the dimes and the red envelope. But he found one out there, and he had it for years. I think he had it since the 40s, to be honest with you, late 1943.
Mel, all I can tell you is we are out of time. This was one hell of a story.
I'm drenched.
I can tell. I can hear it in your voice. Mel, thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for catching us up on what was and what is. Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
Take care, my friend, and I really mean take care.
I will.
Good night.
Good night, Art.
Yikes. All right. From the high desert, I have no further comment. I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.